And good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Clearwater Interim Council meeting for February 25th, 2025. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act 40-1. So with that, I'll call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. We have an agenda before us. Looking for a motion to adopt the agenda for today. Councillor Cermak, thank you. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. We have the minutes from the regular council meeting from February 11th. Any errors or omissions on those minutes? Councillor Ratcliffe?
In 5.1 under bylaws and the borrowing bylaw, it says that this is to allow the potential borrowing of some that council considers necessary. I was informed that council is not actually informed when this funding is used, so the words council considers seems a little less accurate.
Ms. Sarhan?
Yes, so it's nothing that council has not already approved.
Right.
There's no expenditure that's being spent that council has not already approved. It's only already approved expenditures. It's just a funding source.
Yes, and it's used when necessary without council's input.
Well, council's had input to spend those dollars.
Okay.
All right. So with that, looking for a motion to approve the minutes. Councillor Gibson, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Northcott?
No, I was just gonna maybe just give a quick comment regarding Councillor Ratcliffe. I understand what you're trying to say there. There's a little bit of a vagueness to it, I think is what you're trying to, that's, yeah, what council considers, so maybe a slight bit of vagueness is what, I see it the same way.
Okay, motion on the floor to adopt the minutes from February 11th. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Right, now moving on to the public hearing section. Item 4.1 is for Bylaw 25/002. And I will call the public hearing to order at 9:02 and outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent modes, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, I'll ask the development officer to explain the background of the application, and then the applicant will be invited to outline reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then, if anyone who is present and who is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application, and the applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before we get started, let's just take a quick moment to do introductions.
Good morning, Jenny Mahoff, the councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, councillor, Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, councillor for Ward 6.
Morning, Michelle Swanson, Ward 7, councillor in Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4, councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 councillor.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, councillor.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager, Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Adrian Clark, Planner.
Good morning. My name is Vic Maxwell. I'm acting for the applicant.
Thank you. So with that, I'll ask Mr. Clark to outline the background of this application, please.
Morning, thank you, Reeve. Edward Bernard Professional Corporation, Edward Bernard and Angret Cortez currently holds title to Plan Southwest 537 for west of the 5th, containing approximately 153.97 acres. The subject land is located 24 kilometers northeast of the hamlet of Caroline in the Starford area. Vic Maxwell has made an application on behalf of the landowners to redesignate approximately 6.98 acres located in the southwest portion of the quarter section from agriculture to country residence agriculture district, CRA. The proposed developed 6.98 acre parcel contains a residence, several auxiliary buildings. The applicant has indicated that existing services includes a well and a septic field system. The balance of the quarter has a mixture of mainly cleared pasture land and partially wooded areas in the north central and eastern portion of the quarter section. Wetlands are located in the south central portion of the quarter section, encircled by a row of trees and willows. A developed 5.01 first parcel subdivision was taken out of the southwest corner of the quarter section, which was created in 2008. A residence is located in the southeast portion of the quarter section, as well as an oil well site that is also located in the south central portion of the quarter section. A shared approach provides access to the proposed parcel, the existing well site, and the residence on the remainder of the quarter section. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can be also obtained from an existing access off of Range Road 4-5, adjacent to the west property boundary. Surrounding land uses in the area is predominantly agriculture with some residential parcels. This application was initially brought for first reading before council of the previous municipality prior to amalgamation in January 1st, 2025. The applicant initially applied to amend 7.95 acres from agriculture to the CRA district. The council at the time stated that the application exceeded the minimum size requirements for a country residence agricultural parcel. Council also indicated that the proposed approach would need to be reconsidered. Administration brought back the revised application to council of the new municipality on January 14th, 2025 for first reading. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will then proceed with the subdivision application process to create a separate title to the 6.98 acre CRA parcel. The attached package provides more details on the proposed development, and the applicant will be here to speak to the proposal. Has council had a chance to review the policies associated with the proposed?
I see some head nods. Go ahead.
The proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 6.98 acre residential parcel in the southeast portion of the quarter section. A shared approach provides access to the proposed parcel, the existing well site, and a residence on the remainder of the quarter section. Staff has reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal will negatively impact farming operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes, and the parcel meets MDP policy 10.2.10D, being located adjacent to an existing parcel. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would aligned with MDP policy 10.2.2. At regular council meeting held on January 14, 2025, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25/002. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local papers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representation made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 25/002. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Now ask council if they have any questions for the development officer at this time. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is the subdivision, when the subdivision stage comes, should it get to that point, is environmental reserves being considered?
No, environmental reserves is not being considered at this point in time. The proposed parcel has met the minimum setback requirements from the wetlands that is in the area. And I also sent referral comments to Alberta Wetlands, and they have not provided any objections to the proposed redesignation.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions for the development officer at this time? For council? Okay. No? Okay. Mr. Clark, have there been any comments received from referral agencies?
Yes, there have been comments received from referral agencies. TELUS Communications has no objections to the above circulation. Clearwater County Assessment stated that if approved, the assessment department would like to advise the applicant that the assessment of the subdivision will change from residential and farmland to only residential land and improvements. Clearwater County Public Works Operations stated that they reviewed the application to amend the land use bylaw request. Public Works indicated that the existing joint approach meets county standards. Public Works Infrastructure reviewed the proposed application and has no objections to the request. Alberta Health Services included their standard comments associated with the proposed subdivision. Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on January 15, 2025. MPC recommends that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the land use amendment, application number 23/24. MPC provided the following reasons for their decision. It fits within policy. The proposed parcel has low agricultural assessment, and also not creating a new residential development as it already exists. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I will now invite the applicant if they wish to speak to the proposal and add any comments to support your request or respond to any of the agency comments. Mr. Maxwell?
I really don't think that I have anything to add that I didn't address at the first reading, but in my opinion, the application as drawn has the least detrimental effect on the surrounding farmland. I think it is the best use of the property that we've tried to come up with, so that the landowner is only dealing, the quarter section owner is only dealing with one property owner. Likewise, the existing acreage owner, he's only dealing with one neighbor. And this little L shape that was commented on at the previous meeting, that's anticipated to just add some pasture to a considerably rural acreage. It's not close to any center. center, and these parcels, people usually like to have enough ground that they can perhaps keep a horse. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. I'll now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none, Mr. Clark, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
There was no written submissions received in favor of the proposed parcel.
Okay, thank you. I'll now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of this application. Seeing none, Mr. Clark, were there any written submissions opposing this request?
No written submissions were received in opposition of the proposed land use amendment.
Thank you. So with that, are there any final remarks from the applicant? If not, did you have any final remarks, Mr. Maxwell?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll close the hearing at 9:16 and no motions will be entertained at this time. Council will come back to this item a little later because we have another public hearing at 9:15. So we will deliberate second and third reading in a little bit. So I will ask now that we move on to the public hearing, 9:15 public hearing, which is bylaw 25/007, an application to amend the land use bylaw. And I believe Ms. Gillum is going to join us. Perfect. Good morning. So I'll call the public hearing to order at 9:17. I'll now outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they're in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. And anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before we go into the staff background, let's take a moment to do introductions, please.
Welcome, good to see you again. Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Surmat, Councillor for Ward 6.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Ward 7, Councillor in Rafe.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4, Councillor.
Good morning, welcome. Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor.
Hello, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager, Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Tracy Johnson, applicant.
Good morning. So at this time, Ms. Gillum, the Manager of Planning, could you please outline the background of the application?
Thank you. So I'm doing this on behalf of Holly, so bear with me. So Tracy Johnson currently holds title to the Northwest 3436-7, containing 149.59 acres. The subject land is located 3 miles west of Highway 22 and 3.5 miles north of Secondary Highway 591, along Township Road 36-5A. The application before council today is to redesignate 14.5 acres from the Agriculture District to the Country Residence Agriculture District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant intends to proceed with a subdivision application to create separate titles to the parcel. The proposal would be considered this third title or second parcel from the quarter section. The area is to be considered for redesignation is located in the south central portion of the quarter section. The proposal is developed complete with a residence, garage, and ancillary building. It is serviced by an approved open discharge septic system and private water well. The land is described as a mix of pasture and tree-covered land with some lower lying areas including a seasonal drainage channel which runs through and along the proposal. The applicant's driveway has a culvert where it crosses the drainage channel. Legal and physical access is achieved off Township Road 36-5A, adjacent to the south property boundary. And the purpose of the CRA district is to accommodate and regulate traditional country residential agricultural parcels with minor agricultural pursuits. The larger size request is to accommodate existing services as well as the topography of the land. The remainder of the quarter section is described as gently rolling, being a mix of pasture and tree-covered land, tributary from Mud Creek, running through the quarter section as well as various seasonal drainage channels. An existing residential parcel is located in the southwest corner of the quarter section. Access exists off Township Road 36-5A, which turns into Range Road 73A and comes to a dead end a half mile past the quarter section. Surrounding land uses are agricultural, crown land, industrial, and some residential. So we've included a variety of policies from the MDP for reference, as well as the land use bylaw. So the redesignation is to allow for a future subdivision of a developed yard site. The proposal is to create an oversized CRA parcel to accommodate existing residential structures and services, as well as a pocket of land that is severed from the balance of the quarter section by a drainage channel, complying with MDP policy 10.2.4A. If the proposal was redesignated with a panhandle access, this pocket of pasture land would be severed from the balance of the quarter section by the drainage channel, a tributary of Mud Creek. This would be considered the third title, second parcel from the quarter section, complying with 10.2.2. This land has existing access off Township Road 36-5A. Administration does not anticipate any negative impacts on adjacent farming activities, as one of the reasons for the request is to sell the remaining land to the adjacent farming operation. At the regular council meeting held on January 14th, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 25007. Taking into consideration the representations made at today's public hearing, council consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask council if you have any questions for the development officer at this time. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. How will this parcel be assessed? Like it's oversized for typical CRA. So will this all be taxed at the same rate, would you know? Or will a part of it be taxed as agricultural land and part as residential?
That probably would be best asked of assessment. Given that the entirety of the parcel would be zoned CRA, I believe the whole parcel would be zoned at a residential rate, is my understanding. Maybe Rhonda could quickly answer that, but that's my understanding.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, so assessment classifications are different than land zoning, and it will depend on what is used, but the whole parcel, if used for residential or personal purposes, will be zoned residential or classed residential for assessment, yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. That's all.
Councillor Northcott?
Alrighty. If we were to take this parcel size, I think there's roughly 3,200 privately owned quarter sections land in Clearwater County. Is that correct?
I don't know the number, to be honest, off the top of my head.
In planning? Anyways.
I don't know the number of quarter sections, no.
Okay. I think there's roughly 3,200, right around there. If you were to take the 14 acres, take that out of every quarter, it equates to about 45,000 acres or roughly 280 quarters of land. I was just wondering what planning's plan is for future needs of, that's all residential development. What's the planning's plan for future social programs, public transportation, social needs for youth and seniors in such an expanded area of travel? How do you offer social programs to all those residents in the future?
Are you talking about the number of parcels or just the amount of land that they're taking out in particular?
I'm talking about how are you going to access or provide social programs and public transportation in the future to residents in such an area of size. Because just at this one parcel, if you were to do this to every quarter of land, I'll repeat it all again for you. There's roughly 3,200 quarters of land in Clearwater County. I might be out a little bit, but if you did the 14-acre parcel off of every quarter of land, it equates to about 45,000 acres, or 280 quarters of land, like quarter sections. My question is, how are you going to have to offer public transportation or social programs to those residents in the future?
Well, given that we're a rural municipality, I think most people that would buy these parcels would not anticipate public transportation from those locations if they're purchasing there, knowing that they're not anywhere near a town site. And if they are closer to town, then those options would be there. But for other programs, I mean, obviously, given if there's an increase in the number of residents, there'd also be an increase in the number of taxes collected that would contribute to some of those social programs, but also I would assume that government grants would help with some of that depending on the overall population. But I would say that not every quarter section will get a second parcel, because that would be up to that person who owns it that would desire that, and for council to approve it. There's many quarter sections that don't even have first parcels yet, so I don't think we can assume that every parcel in the near future will have a second title.
Can I?
Sure.
Okay, you're right, but some quarters might have fourth titles, fifth titles, sixth titles, I don't know where to stop. But you made a comment that is rural, at this time, you know, still has some of a rural landscape to it, but when it transitions into urban, which that's the direction I see it going, then there's sort of urban amenities that would be needed, such as public transportation, access to social programs.
I think given the distance of Clearwater County covers, it's nearly impossible for it to be urban. It's not an urban type environment. Like you might have increased number of parcels, but the ability to be able to provide transportation in that type of environment just isn't something that would be there, because it expands over a very large area. So it's not really practical. I don't foresee us turning into like a Phoenix area in the near future, which would cover even only a portion
Okay,
of that
so
area.
I'm point of order. This is beyond what we are doing in our public hearing, because as we understand, these applications that come forth are based on a case-by-case basis. So appreciate the fact that you were trying to maybe bring a philosophy into this discussion, but at this point in time, we're going to return our attention and focus to the application at hand. Ms. Sarhan, did you have your blinking? Did you want to?
I just want to say that this, agreed that this is a philosophy that is adopted through council decision, and planning follows the direction of the bylaws and policies in place, and this would be a council decision whether these subdivisions are approved, and how the landscape of Clearwater County looks, and also most social programming is funded through the province.
Thank you. All right, so we are now at, if there's no other further questions in regards to this particular development permit, this land use change, Councillor Cermak.
I'm just wondering, why all the double yellow lines, Ms. Gill, on this map? What are they portrayed to us?
Like the orangey colored lines around the quarter section?
Yeah.
Those are undeveloped road allowances. So they've earmarked road allowances every mile-ish, correct? Throughout the entire province. And so whether they're developed or not, there's like earmarked space for them, like about every mile or 2 miles, depending like north, south to east, west. So there's quite a few undeveloped road allowances in Clearwater County that are just land that's sometimes gets leased and stuff for people to graze or just unused, yeah.
So this quarter section is quite isolated. It only has one entrance and one egress.
Yeah, the road does dead end past this parcel to, there's a couple parcels just past it. But, yeah, there's only one access down that road, yes.
And so that road that turns there in the white, that comes across a couple different quarters just to get access to other properties that are beyond this property.
You mean on the left-hand side there where it
Yeah.
curves? Yeah, it dead ends just past this picture. I'm not sure if, it might show if you go to the, bylaw image, Jana, on page, 3, well, that's my bylaw, I'm not sure what page of the item it is. But it kind of shows the road curves up, but just like in my item it described, but half a mile up, it just dead ends, and then there's crown land, directly. Oh yeah, this is a good one. Yeah, so you can show with the red line, it kind of shows where the road goes, so that quarter next to it, it dead ends kind of at the end of it, and there's a parcel there, and then it's crown land to the, west of that.
Okay, so the little chunk that is taken out of this quarter, is that part of the quarter, or where is that little pie-shaped one that is taken up because of the road? Is that part of this quarter we're talking about, or another quarter?
On the south side?
Because it looks like there's land segregated here that's kind of an island.
It's part of the road plan. You're talking about in the very bottom corner?
Yes.
Yeah, it's, that corner is part of the road plan, so it's county owned. So it's just if they needed to do anything there, but they just took that whole corner when they did that road, so it's county owned road plan.
So was that part of the county's policy? Just if they wanted to do a road cut like that, they just did it?
Like the forest road?
Yeah, when they cut it through a person's quarter.
Well, they would have to purchase that portion of land to put it in that location. They were probably trying to access something, and or a company was trying to access something, but it wouldn't make sense for them to leave that probably like a quarter of an acre, so they just took it as part of the road plan. But, yeah, usually like obviously this is, the road that accesses this quarter is actually a forest road. It's not even within a road allowance, so they would have taken part of the quarter sections to build it, and then the forest road turns. So obviously they were attempting to access a titled property there, and they went through a quarter section there. Because of the wet areas to the north, they couldn't come on the actual road allowance, so they did a forest road there, would be my assumption. But I don't know when that was done, probably much before my time, would be my guess.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so just to clarify this then, this acreage that we're subdividing goes right to the edge of the quarter.
Nope, it's just the red, it's right in the middle.
What's the,
It's this portion.
There's an existing parcel in that
Oh,
southwest
okay.
corner there, but it's the red boundary right in the middle of the
okay,
corner
that
there.
irregular shape?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's kind of because it's following Mud Creek at the bottom, and then it loops out on the left there for the open discharge septic system, and then loops back down and follows the driveway.
Okay.
Okay. Counselor Northcott, and then I'll go to Counselor Ratcliffe.
I'll keep this short. It was stated that I was speaking with a philosophy prior. I wasn't speaking with a philosophy, I was just trying to raise concerns to issues that I don't think have really truly been considered. And a couple of facts, I know it was stated by administration that as population increases, it increases taxes, maybe. But I know that the provincial debt loads as populations increases, the debts are much higher. And one last closing thing here before is if the Alberta government does fund social programs, might be true, it's also funded by tax dollars. So just want to make those points.
Okay. Counselor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. What's the intended use of that field to the west of the driveway?
The landowner might be able to answer that, but I believe she has a few animals that maybe would graze there, but it would probably be a better question.
Would you like to respond? Yep, you're good.
What do you mean west? I'm,
The area between the field that we were including?
Yes.
They just want to know what you would use it for.
I have no idea, it's always kind of flooded. I guess we can get some hay off of it, but it's just mostly for when, I guess, I've never even thought maybe I'll put a garden in there. But I just have not thought of any use for it, like we are thinking of just getting goats to keep the weeds down and maybe getting a bale or two of hay off of it. But I don't really know much about farming, so.
Okay, maybe that was an unfair question. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. So now I'll ask Ms. Gillum if there were any comments received from any referral agencies at this time.
We did have, the assessment department would like to advise the applicant that the assessment of the subdivision will change from farmland to residential land, land and improvement. Public works, infrastructure, existing road access meets municipal standards, no construction or upgrades are required. At this time of subdivision, road widening will be required along the north and west property boundaries. The existing, public works operations, the existing single approach to the proposal meets municipal standard, as does the remainder of the quarters section. Fortis Alberta has no concerns. TELUS Communication has no objection. Alberta Health Services, the application for the 14.5 acre second parcel out has been received by our office, and we are satisfied that the application poses minimal risk to public health. And then they provided their standard comments for setbacks of a water well for health stuff. And additional mapping of the current surrounding land use existence of neighbors, wells, and sewage systems may be done in order to ensure compliance. And if you have any questions, they can be contacted. And then the Municipal Planning Commission, MPC reviewed the proposal at their meeting on January 18th. MPC discussed the proposal size and policy that support the request, the shape, and location. MPC outlined they understand it is an existing yard site with services, however, had mixed feelings as to whether the pasture land needs to be included with the proposal. The environmental feature could still be crossed if it remains with the balance of the land should a panhandle access be utilized. MPC recommends that council favorably consider land use amendment application 2824 as a proposal is an existing yard site serviced by an open discharge septic system approved in accordance with Alberta safety codes. The land between the driveway and the drainage channel may not be accessible in wetter seasons, creating a severed pocket of land from the remainder of the quarter section. An adjacent landowner is interested in purchasing the balance of the land for their agricultural operation. And then no other comments were received from agencies.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, it's the opportunity for the applicant to speak to your proposal and add any comments to support your request or respond to any of the agency comments.
Just the question from Mr. Radcliffe, that section that always floods and everything, the most, like we are maybe looking at putting in, I do RC cars, so I was going to be able to just build mounds to race RC cars around there. And I have an autistic grandson, so that's what we were, because it always floods out and can't use it. So that would be most of what we would do with that property. Is that what you were asking? Like, okay, good, because I'm not used to the Northwest and stuff like that. So yeah, that's all we would be doing it for, is getting some hay off of it and just being able to use my RCs in the front of it.
Okay, thank you. So now I will invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none, Ms. Gillum, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
No comments were received.
Thank you. I'll now ask if there's any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Seeing none, Ms. Gillum, were there any written submissions opposing the request?
No comments were received.
Thank you. So we are at the final remarks. I will invite the applicant if you have any final remarks before I close the hearing.
No, I'm good, thank you.
All right. I will close the hearing at 9:40. No motions will be entertained at this time. So with that, we will move on then to, let's continue on with this discussion if we could. And so let's go to item 5.2, which is the consideration of second and third readings. 5.2. And so Ms. Gillum, I'll let you introduce this item again.
Sorry, bear with me here.
That's okay.
So the purpose of bylaw 25007 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate 14.5 acres within the Northwest 3436-7 from the agriculture district to the country residence agriculture district. And then you could refer to the public hearing agenda package for more details. And then at the regular council meeting held on January 14th, 2025, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25007. Taking into consideration the representation made at today's public hearing, council may consider granting second and third readings to this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I'll open up for discussion or entertain motions for second reading. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Jenna, are you able to pan to the northeast 34-036-07 west of the 5th? It is the quarter to the east. There was one of the, there it is, the quarter to the east there. That quarter has, if I'm counting correctly, 6 titles out of it. Do we know when that was created?
Unfortunately, no, not off the top of my head. I would have to pull the file to see what was done there. Given that they're all in close proximity, they might have been done as a traditional small multi-lot back in the day, but I don't know off the top of my
But
head.
potentially through that Red Deer planning group when it was done by them, because there's also the 2 80s.
Yes, possibly, yes, yeah. Most of the 80s were done during the Red Deer Regional Planning Commission days, yeah.
Supplementary?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we know if having 6 titles on that land has negatively impacted the area, or do they all seem to coexist fairly well? Any complaints in that region with having the increased subdivision or increased community that's been created out there?
Nothing that I've seen on the file, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Any further comments or questions? If not, I'm looking for a motion for second reading. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. We'll make the motion for second reading. Any discussion on second reading? I see no reason to, I see the planning and the applicant have done their due diligence to create as tight of acreage as they could, and understanding that there is an opportunity for the balance of that quarter to be still farmed and utilized. So I think it's, and I will be supporting second reading. Any other comments in regards before I call the question for second reading? Seeing none, all those in favor of second reading? Those opposed? And that motion is carried. Motion for third reading or further discussion for third reading? Councillor Northcott.
Just 2 comments, I guess just one comment regarding Councillor Melhoff's comment. I suppose regarding the quarter that's been divided in half just beside there with the other, it has 6 titles on it. I suppose there may not be any, negative impacts, but it'd be sort of like a suburb, right? Like, if you took complaints from a suburb, often you probably wouldn't have complaints either. However, a suburb is not a rural landscape anymore. And I was just wondering if Councillor Gibson has had the opportunity to review the survey results that were taken for the 2023 MDP and had that background information provided to her, and also maybe the information regarding the public hearing that took place for the 2023 MDP. I think 78% of the residents that had responded were not in favor of the third title. But I don't know if Councillor Gibson has had an opportunity to review that information.
Counselor Gibson?
No, I was not. I've only, well, what I received in my packet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm pretty sure if you ask the people that live out there, they would not consider themselves urban. They would very much consider themselves rural. I mean, I have not knocked on their doors to confirm that. But I know that my acreage neighbors that live in my little community that I adore so much would never consider themselves urban, and they very much contribute to the betterment of the community in which I live on, and they're acreage owners. And I don't begrudge them for being those acreage owners and taking advantage of the beauty and wonderment of the rural landscape that we love so much. I also know that the businesses that live along that road, very flourishing businesses, need places for people to live, to be able to work there. Perhaps there needs to be an opportunity for council to tour some of these locations so that they can see the landscape directly. That might be helpful in the future.
Thank you. Counselor Radcliffe, then we'll go to Counselor Northcott.
Thank you, Reeve. While I do have some concerns about the size of this acreage and the precedence that it may set, I understand the reasons for that size, so I would support third reading.
Okay. And I believe that's why these applications come to this council, is because of the uniqueness of these development or these land use bylaw amendments to actually, if not, it's not a detriment, it is to actually to enhance the use of that property. So go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Just Councillor Malhalf, just in response to that, might have been a little bit off point there with your comments, but I think you said begrudge residents, is what you, I nowhere said that.
I said I didn't begrudge them that. Say you did. I said I didn't begrudge them that.
Well, I didn't say that either. Never would say that. I was talking more about the landscape, and the development of the landscape does turn it into more of a suburb. But I had no comments and had no comments regarding the residents. But more the rural landscape and a suburb landscape. That's all.
And I certainly appreciate when I hear during our public hearing that MPC has visited and has made a very conscious decision to uphold policy and the reasons for either favorably considering or suggesting otherwise. Councillor Cermak.
Yes, I would request that council consider granting third reading to bylaw 25-006.
Thank you for the motion for third reading. Any other comments about third reading? Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I will be supporting third reading, and I was extremely hesitant on this application. Touring it made a big difference to me, and also seeing the flourishing rural agricultural producers around there. It's my understanding that those producers wish to continue producing this land, and having the residential piece of it removed will make that potentially easier. This also fits within policy for particularly the pump out system that is currently in existence on that site. It also allows the current landowner to use the land that is left over the way that they intend to. She herself says that she is not an agricultural producer, so therefore it would make sense that that the piece that she's using is not zoned agriculture. So I'll be supporting third reading, even with the larger size. It is a better use of the topography of that land.
Okay, thank you. So third reading motion is on the floor. And Councillor Northcott.
Just, I guess, a comment. So with the residential, as stated by Councillor Malhalf, the residential parcel removed, right? Then there would be an opportunity for another residence to be built on the balance of the quarter, correct? And then that would then follow under that same mindset of removing that residential parcel, and then the process goes on. I'm just I just ask questions, but I'm not really ever getting any answers to anything that I ever ask other than just, anyways.
Okay. Third reading on the floor. Motion 4. Any other comments, questions? All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much for coming in, Ms. Gillum, or Ms. Beely. We're going to do a little bit of a backtrack now. We'll go to item 5.1, which is the consideration for second and third readings of Bylaw 25/002 to amend land use bylaw. And that was with our previous public hearing. And so I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Clark to quickly go through the background again. Summarize the background, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Again, this bylaw is for the proposed land use amendment of 6.98 acres, which is part of Southwest 537-4, to redesignate that proposed area from agricultural to CRA. Council received and gave first reading to this bylaw in January 14, 2025, and based on information at the public hearing, we would like council to consider granting second and third reading to the proposed bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any council discussion? And if not, looking for a second reading, please. Councillor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. I actually have a question based on, I thought that you said during the public hearing that the original first reading for this was during, like, before January.
Yes.
So would we not have to do first reading again?
We did first reading again. So when we did first reading in January,
Oh, we already did it again.
yeah, we did it again,
Okay,
January
sorry.
14, 20.
Sorry, this,
Yeah.
with also being on NPC, this is the like fourth time we've seen, so thank you. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm like, do we have to do first reading again? So, okay, thank you. With the amalgamation, it makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yes.
I would make the motion for second reading. I also value that this acreage was brought into alignment with the numbers where it's possible to do so that it was brought on in under that 7 acres.
Thank you. Motion on the floor for second reading. Any more comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I would make that motion for third reading. That council, grants third reading to bylaw 25/02.
Okay, thank you. I can appreciate that the applicant has come back and tweaked where they needed to tweak in regards to the driveway and a little bit of the size, and fully understanding the shape that it is, and appreciate the fact that it's already existing and they've created that room that they needed for their sewer, et cetera. So, any other questions in regards to a third reading? Councillor Northcott?
Yeah, the reason I'm voting opposed to the third titles, and they were, wasn't desired by the residents regarding the surveys that were completed. So, but I do have a question maybe for staff. As population and residential parcels increase in Clearwater County, the dollars that are contributed and the funding dollars from Clearwater County to our neighboring municipalities of Rocky Mountain House for recreational agreements and stuff like that, the dollar values, do they increase or decrease as we gain more residential parcels and more population in Clearwater County? Do those agreements increase in dollar values or decrease?
CAO Emmons, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the question, Councillor Northcott. So the funding agreements we have with our neighboring municipality don't hinge on the population, but tax exempt properties. So the construction of hospitals, schools, playgrounds, those type of properties, churches are all tax exempt, so they would have a bearing on the formula.
Okay, so then more users from Clearwater County using amenities or recreation amenities in the municipality, Rocky Mountain House, they're okay with that? If there's more and more users on their infrastructure?
The formula doesn't base on the amount of users. What I could foresee, Councillor Northcott, is the greater the population, the larger the infrastructure would have to be to accommodate. But our formula is not based on the quantity of users. It is based on tax exempt properties.
Okay.
I would also say that if we're growing rurally, it's a good opportunity for the town to see that increase as well. So anytime you have a thriving community, the infrastructure absolutely has, that's what we're here for. We're here to put those taxes in the right places in order to have those amenities for the future of our region. So, third reading on the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Swanson and I certainly will be supporting third reading and is relating to population. I truly believe the strength of Clearwater County is its people. I think we attract great people to this community, and that's what makes it a good community to live in. So I'm not going to limit who comes here or how they come here or what they do when they get here. We'll welcome everybody.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I do appreciate the challenges of providing community amenities. However, in regards to this particular property, it's already a resident, it's already occupied, so it has basically no impact on those services. Anything based on population.
Okay. Motion on the floor for third reading. Councillor Northcott?
Sorry, I feel like I'm talking a lot this morning. But I in no way have no intention of limiting any residents or citizens or anybody from either moving to Clearwater County or moving from Clearwater County. There's the opportunity for everybody to pick up a real estate paper or do a Google search for real estate available in Clearwater County, and anybody can really move here, buy property or sell property. But I have no intention of limiting anything.
Okay. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. By voting no to all forms of development, is that not exactly what you're doing, is limiting people's individual property rights or wanting to see them limited, people's property rights and limiting development? Is that not exactly what you're doing by voting no? And I just using that by historical value, I have no idea how you're gonna vote in this one, of course.
Councillor Northcott?
What I'm doing is I'm trying to follow the desires and the wishes of the large majority of residents in Clearwater County. And there was a survey that was completed, which was a clear indicator, and also a public hearing that again was a clear indicator for myself, maybe not the balance of council, but I saw it that way. So that's what I'm trying to do, is represent the large majority of residents. And their titles wasn't favorable in those survey results. So, but anybody can pick up a real estate paper, do a Google search and move. You know, everybody has equal opportunity, I suppose.
And I will also say that at that public hearing, there was also a lot of people that did not come in presently, but also maybe we have spoken to since that time that have supported what council has been doing since then. So we all have that's why we are voted in these seats, and understand that we all have different areas of the county that we speak to. So, and now that we have a new member that represents that, at our council, it's an opportunity for everyone to have a fresh look and judge these or decide on these applicants on a case-by-case basis. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Northcott, I really value the resolve that you've had on your view on this. I really do, and I'm saying that's super genuine. I value the resolve you've had on this. The biggest thing that I hear from residents is property rights. They want the ability for government to not tell them what to do. And it's an interesting dichotomy and balance that I have to try to have within my own brain, because that's ultimately, these documents are absolutely telling them what to do. So then to try to continually say no when somebody is asking for their the rights to do what they want to do on their property. It's an internal struggle that I have with myself every single time we have these applications, because at my core, I'm a property rights person. I want people to have the right to do what they want on their property without impacting the neighbor, obviously, that's why we have these rules. But where appropriate, we should be getting out of the way and letting people have the property rights that they that they should have, sorry for lack of a better word, but it's a struggle that I myself have with all of these applications. But I really value the resolve that you've had on your opinion on this.
Councillor Northcott?
Yeah, good discussion. But I've always said, even with on the Cape Board, that the appropriate location for development, and we have seen an increase in amalgamations and dissolutions across the province with our urban municipalities. So I don't know if subdividing the rural landscape I believe it has a negative impact on our urban municipalities, and often. To be able to do what you want on your property, absolutely. If you want to be a farmer, sure, but there's a difference between, subdividing it for financial gain, if that's the reason. It changes the landscape just for financial gain, and then, transitions a community from a rural landscape to more of a suburb. But appropriate location for business is excellent. That's the theory I've always had, and it's appropriate location.
Third readings on the floor. And see no other lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion's carried. At this time, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break.
I'm usually the one that's cranky.
And welcome back from our break.
Never gets.
We are at item 4.3, it's the 10:15 public hearing. Before we get started, I'm going to ask Mr. Bisson for a little bit of background, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, council. So the public hearing for item Bylaw 25-006, application 2724. The applicants are unable to be here today due to a family emergency, so they have requested that council postpone the public hearing until a later date. Thank you.
Thank you. So just for process, we'll have to go through a public hearing again, or sorry, through a publication again in the paper, et cetera?
That is correct.
Okay, sounds good. So we would need a motion then to postpone the public hearing, 25-/006. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I will make that motion for the family.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? And that motion's carried, thank you. And let's just go ahead and slide to 5.3, which was the consideration of second and third reading. If we could postpone that item as well until a later date. Councillor Ratcliffe, or sorry, Councillor Gibson had her hand up, but did you want to? Did you have a question?
I was just going to make the motion, but
Okay.
apparently Councillor Gibson did already.
Okay, Councillor Gibson makes the motion. All those in favor? And that motion's carried too. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, we can skip right down to item 5.4, which is the first reading of Bylaw 25/001 for application 22/24 to amend the land use bylaw. So with that, I will turn the background over to Mr. Connolly, please.
Thank you, Reed. Darcy Howes currently holds title to Northeast 1038/6, containing 152 acres. The subject land is located approximately 15 kilometers southeast of the town of Rocky Mountain House and is just east of the Arbutus Road, adjacent to Township Road 38-2. The purpose of this application is to redesignate 5 acres from the Ag District to the CRA District. Council previously seen this application in the fall at a different location on the quarter section. It was moved at the applicants proposed it somewhere else. The size complies with the CRA requirements outlined in the land use bylaw and is considered the second parcel, third title from the quarter section. This complies with MDP policy 10.2.2. The MDP does not require a second parcel to be developed for council to consider the application. The proposal can achieve legal and physical access off a county-maintained road, and the remainder can achieve legal and physical access as well. After reviewing this application, it is anticipated that the proposal will pose minimal impacts on existing farm operations in the area. Should the land use amendment be successful, the applicants will make application to create separate title to the 5-acre CRA parcel. It would be appropriate for council to make the motion for first reading. Thank you.
Thank you. So are there any questions for the development officer or looking for a motion to grant first reading and go to a public hearing, proceed to a public hearing? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. It's just looking at this proposed parcel, and there is a pipeline through it that would limit development. So, you know, my thought is just about the size that straddles, the size of this parcel that would straddle that pipeline. I'm not sure what the intended use of it is.
It'll be for a residential parcel. Our mapping system is not accurate with the pipeline location. That on our maps, it just says that there's a pipeline in that area. But when we pull in Avidata report, that is something that we will provide at the public hearing.
Okay.
And we will send a referral to the AER as well.
Okay.
Okay.
If I may go on,
Yeah,
I
go
would Move that council grant first reading to bylaw 25/001 to amend the land use bylaw.
Proceed to a public hearing. Any other questions or comments in this regard? I had the same concerns, Councillor Ratcliffe, but thank you, Mr. Conley, in identifying the correct location of that pipeline at that certain time. And I would imagine once it goes to subdivision, it'll have to be identified
Yeah,
further.
that was also with the previous location in the northwest corner. There was an abandoned well there that limited developable space as well, so.
Right. Perfect. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to grant first reading and proceed to a public hearing. Any more comments or questions? Councillor Northcott?
I think I've said, I don't know how many times I've said this now, but I know that the third title wasn't desired in the survey results by the large majority of residents, but I'll support first reading to go to public hearing.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor, first reading. And that motion's carried. Thank you for coming in today. So now moving on to new business, we have Ag and Community Services. And today it is in regards to the Regional Seniors Affordable Housing Funding Request. And to bring forward that request, good morning, Ms. Graham.
Good morning. Good morning, Council. I'm just gonna say it because we're all thinking it. This is weird. But very good. So Ms. Bertinelli says her regrets. Unfortunately, she's not able to attend the meeting today, so I have the privilege of presenting you guys the following agenda item. At the February 11th, 2025 regular council meeting, council received a presentation from Vanessa Kidd, CAO of the Rocky Senior Housing Council, requesting $13,096 to partially fund the position of a regional affordable housing consultation coordinator. Minister Nixon approached the Rocky Senior Housing Council to propose a regional affordable housing plan. With this plan, the Housing Authority is able to apply for the Affordable Housing Partnership Program grant. This is a provincial program tied to the Stronger Foundation strategy, a strategy to improve housing around the province. The consultation coordinator will analyze data from previous regional studies and ascertain what further information is needed to deliver a conclusive report on seniors' housing needs in the community. This report can also be used in an application to the AHPP, the deadline for which is the fall of 2025. The total budget for this initiative is $19,882, with the town contributing $1,786, the Rocky Senior Housing Council contributing $5,000 as well. The breakdown of funds between the town and county is based on the municipal requisition for the lodge, based on equalized assessment. This usually amounts to 12% for the town and 88% for the county. There are sufficient funds in the Community Services Senior Housing budget to cover the $13,096 funding request, which is Clearwater County's share of the requisition. There are currently no projects identified in 2025 to utilize this budget. And attached, just for you guys' information, was Ms. Kidd's presentation from the February 11th regular council meeting. And also, just for your guys' information, the Town of Rocky Mountain House Council did support a motion to fund their portion of this initiative at their last meeting.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this item? If not, looking for a motion. Councillor Cermak?
Actually, I'd like to make something clear on the last presentation. It was said that, why is the government not kicking in some money? They definitely are. That's where the $5,000 is coming from.
Okay. Thank you.
That's the housing department that is willing to apply the $5,000 to help us to get this going. So I would like to make that motion also.
Okay.
To approve the $13,096.
Okay. Councillor Melhoff, then we'll go Councillor Ratcliffe.
Now I have more questions, sorry. I thought you said I thought this says the 5,000 is coming from the Rocky Seniors Housing Council.
That's where we get our money from.
I know,
It's from the provincial government.
No, you get your money from requisitions from the taxpayers of Clearwater County, the town of Rocky Mountain House, and formerly the village of Caroline.
No, the requisitions come for the lodge portion, not the senior independent portion. So
Yep.
there's two balance sheets
Okay.
under
Yep.
this council. One is for the lodge and one is for the senior independent. So the Rocky Seniors Housing Council covers both of these.
Okay.
So the requisition is from the senior independent spreadsheet, which is, we get full funding.
Full
deficit
funding
from the
the
government.
provincial government?
And
Yep.
the rents that
Okay.
come from that.
Oh,
There's
okay.
no county municipal involvement on that spreadsheet.
Okay, thank you for clarifying, because I've never sat on that board, so it's important for
And that's
clarification.
why I brought it up, because I wanted it clarified here for
Perfect.
everybody.
Excellent, that
And
leads,
Michelle clarified it very well.
that actually leads really well into my next question then. So then, if it's not based on requisition, why are we using the requisition formula for funding, with 12% from the town and 88% from the county? Why are we not using a different formula, i.e. our recreation formula is 50-50, not 12-88? If this isn't actually part of that same agreement, why are we using the same percentage for funding?
Would you like to answer or would you like me to answer?
It just made sense to us because that's how that council ran.
The reason why the split is because this is a regional scope of what in nature. So because of the regional scope and nature, we have to look at the opportunities for Leslieville, Caroline, and for Norday, because that is all included in this. So hence, that's why we went with that split.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Eve. Between staff and our two councillors working on rural housing, what's the ultimate objective of this consultation, of this study? Where are we headed?
Councillor Cermak?
To be able to get a regional housing initiative for Caroline, Leslieville, Rocky Mountain House, and Nordic, because Nordic will be soon in the mix for one. It's not at the present time, but we're looking at it, and the person that we have hired or looking at hiring done the transportation study for this area also. And transportation is a big component of housing for this area to get people, elderly people, to their hospitals, to their doctor's appointments. I'm getting elderly, I still drive, maybe not as good as I used to. So for a driver would be nice. And I think it's great.
Just if I could add to that too, it's also in relation that for this application that we'd like to put forth, like we need to identify the data that is for the application come the fall. So we will be identifying a project after the results come back. We will be analyzing what those results are that will pertain to the application, and then that project will be identified through the Regional Housing Council and whatever that looks like at that point in time, and then we'll be bringing that to both councils for information as well. So this is like step one of a multi-step process.
Thank you. This sounds like a very worthwhile initiative and timely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Neil. I think you're absolutely right. And it's time we got going on this.
Councillor Northcott?
Okay, so the request is, just so I have this clear, is for $13,000 and change from Clearwater County to fund a consultant coordinator. Okay, so to give a little bit more of my thoughts on this is there's lots of surveys always completed, there's lots of consultants, lots of plans, but there's just lots of documents, but they don't ever produce any boots on the ground or any structures being built. So, like as indicated a little bit further in here, that the province is moving away from owning provincial affordable housing stock and becoming just a regulator. So, and we've discussed this before about a municipal corporation. Clearwater County does not have a municipal corporation, so there's nowhere, if this municipality wanted to receive grant funding for seniors housing or affordable housing, there's no body, like there's no organization to accept those funds. Is that correct?
It can either be private or it can be municipally held or it could be a P3. There's multiple models.
Right. So but there's never been, we had quite intensive discussions about a municipal corporation to have an organization that could have the funds. So would we not be able to actually really truly move forward? Would we not be able to take because there would be legal fees and there would be, I'm sure, quite a few other fees in order to create a municipal corporation so that this municipality would then have a body to accept those, to have funding and maybe create a restricted surplus account, so on. Rather than giving this 13,000 to another consultant, where in another 3 or 5 years we'll just have to do it again because now it's dated, could we not just make a motion today to create a municipal corporation for Clearwater County?
That would be on, outside of this particular conversation. That would be, in my opinion, a more wholesome agenda item to come forward and have a better discussion, but that's where I'm at. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
And you're right, Councillor, that this person that we're hiring is to look at all of that. Right now, senior housing is looking at taking on the initiative to see which direction we need to go and in which areas and what bills need to be done in these. And she or he will be given all of this information that has been compiled over the last 10 years or 15 years. Reg Dean is on it, Earl Graham's on this board. All of that information is going to be given to her, plus the new studies that she plans on doing, so that we get the right direction. Maybe it's not a municipal corporation that we need. Maybe it's something different.
Just to add what Councillor Cermak has said too, and as we all know, that the the Chamber, Caroline Chamber has put forth an application and was denied. So therefore, there was certain gaps that needed to be identified in their application. So now that we know that and what gaps that need to be, the data that is needed for that application, this is for this application. So that's what is generating, yes, the facilitator or the consultant will gather what is existing, but he will identify the gaps and find that information that is lacking in order to complete a proper grant for the fall intake, which wouldn't be till October, November. And at that point in time, once it's presented to both councils, there could be an opportunity that models throughout before that grant application goes in. As Councillor Cermak has indicated, there'll be an opportunity for both councils to have that information as well, both the town and the county. So that's the purpose of, we are missing data and we need to figure the data out in order to do the application. So if you can't do an application because you need the data, and it is on a ticking timeline in order to get those funds from CRA, from the feds, and so that's the other time constraint that we're under. Councillor Mel.
Thank you, Reeve. Setting aside that it sounds like you've already picked who this person is without council actually making a motion to approve the funding, but setting that aside, do we know like where the issues are already? And if we do, wouldn't the 20,000 be better spent on actually solving those issues? Like in frontline EMS, we get so frustrated, and I'm sure it's everywhere, that we tell them we have all these problems. Like we've been told that there's issues with the current system in Caroline, that they have issues there. We've been told we have current issues in Leslieville. We've been told we have current issues in Rocky. And the people managing this, being RSHC, managing this, they know where these issues are. Wouldn't it just be better if we fix those issues with the 20,000 than to make a study to tell you where the issues are when you already know what they are?
Understanding
Perhaps
that
I'm wrong, but-
No, you're taking a very holistic point of view on fixing those issues. We're specifically identifying for independent senior housing. So it may not encompass like the whole spectrum of that's what I hear from you, and maybe I'm incorrect, but the Rocky Senior Housing Council has identified that we would like to focus on the independent senior first, especially on the affordable side, because that's where we're lacking. We know we lack affordable housing, but where is the best utilization. That will be part of the consultants. He may come back and say, please focus in Caroline, X amount of units. This is the amenities needed. Please go to Leslieville. These are whatever that looks like. Put it in your 20-year time horizon to, go to Nordic, because we need that much time for it to build to be able to, do that. So it's more of a, like I say, to identify the gaps, because I do know that the government they're oversubscribed with their grant applications. So understanding that if we want the best kick at this, we have to have the proper information to go forward.
Excellent, thank you for that, I appreciate that. Housing in general is such an important topic. I think that our biggest barrier here actually is the red tape that the provincial government is putting in our way in order to actually access some of that money. So I'll make the motion that council considers, or that council approves the regional housing affordability funding requests, and that we.
Actually, Councillor Cermak made that.
Oh, you made that already? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Sorry, that was right at the beginning. You're right, I apologize. Anyway, I will support it. But I also think that when we have the ear of the provincial government, we should be discussing that we're literally using funds to do studies about stuff we already know. So that we can fill out the applications, so that we can get the funds that our residents have already given them. It's just a study to do nothing, when we already know, is really unfortunate. I have to agree with Councillor Northcott on this. It does not make sense, but it's the system in which we have to work within. So if this gets us to a completed application so we can get funding from the provincial government, great. But when we have the ear of them, we need to discuss the red tape that needs to be reduced from this process, so that we actually can get some of those dollars and not be spending money on studies to get the dollars.
I absolutely 100% agree with you, and understanding that that's why the need is to hire the consultant, because our current CEO doesn't have the time to do this and gather that extra information, like I say, to complete the grant. And the consultant will use the existing information already. It's just that those studies that are existing don't check those boxes that the application is out. So Councillor Lougheed, then I'll go to Councillor Northcott.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I will be supporting the motion before us. This allocation, I think, is important to get the proper consultation in order to put together the grant application. As you know, I seldom miss an opportunity to take a little swing at the province. In this case, I have to be fair and say that I am encouraged that the province is identifying a problem and coming up with a solution. And I think it's very powerful when the minister suggests that we put together a grant application that we may fit with the criteria that grant may be successful. And I think if we put every effort possible into writing a good grant, I think we have a greater chance of being successful in altering that transfer of funds that comes from the province to municipalities. And quite often we're not on the receiving end, but in this case we could be. And I think putting the energies into checking all the boxes off in a grant application and due diligence there, I think, is worthwhile, and it will pay dividends eventually.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott?
I don't know, there's always talk about red tape and identifying problems, but I think this problem was truly just, the Alberta government created this problem, in my opinion. They truly did. They created it through programs such as, advertising programs such as the Alberta Calling Campaign, and we've had a significant increase in population in Alberta, which has left walk-in clinics closed, often sometimes in the day, and is it really, I don't know if it's really taken away from affordable housing. It's just increased and inflated the price of housing for everybody, whether you're seniors, new family trying to start out, because when you have a mass, when you have a significant increase in population from other provinces where their property values are worth quite a bit more, it puts really competitive, it takes the residents of Alberta, can make them unable to compete with those dollars that are coming from other provinces, where the properties are maybe smaller but higher valued because they have higher population densities. So that really just creates inflation, and this whole problem was really created by the Alberta government in the first place, in my opinion.
Right, so motion on the floor for I just am looking across, Ms. Serhan, did you want the motion to identify which account it was coming from? Ms., please?
I believe the agenda item states that there is room within the community services budget, so it's just the direction of council that, that we're changing kind of the scope of what those dollars were intended for.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
I might
No?
apologize for all the questions this morning and comments, but yeah. So is there a time frame on this when this, like for to have this consultant coordinator, what's the time frame?
We would
When's
like
it?
the information back, I believe it says for the beginning of June.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No other questions? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I will definitely be supporting this motion. This is one of the frequent topics at FCSS is affordable seniors housing. I always look for the potential wins for our community, and I see quite a lot here. I like the innovative approach that can be trialed, that we can prove out something different that works better for more than just our region. So I will definitely support this motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, so motion on the floor that we fulfill the Regional Seniors Affordable Housing Funding Request for the $13,096. See no other lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much, Ms. Graham, for coming in today. Now moving on to 6.2, Corporate Services. We have the 6.2.1, which is the auditor engagement for 2024 fiscal year. I believe that will be Director Hagan. Go ahead. Oh, Ms. Serhan.
Good morning, Council. So the item before you this morning is to have Council engage Metrics Group LLP as the auditor for Clearwater County for the 2024 fiscal year. As noted in the February 10th regular Council meeting agenda, Metrics Group has sent a letter of intended work for 2024 year-end audit for Clearwater County. And just a little bit of background that 2024 is the last year that separate financial statements will be required for Clearwater County and the Village of Caroline. Beginning January 1st, 2025, these municipalities are amalgamated in their program and service delivery as well as their financials. In 2025, a request for proposal will be designed and posted for audit work for 2025 and into the future. A defined set number of years will be incorporated into the RFP to ensure stability while also securing competitive pricing for the audit work. The RFP is necessary both due to timing of the RFP as well as the change in scope for the audit work to include the financial transactions relating to increased service delivery for the new municipality.
Thank you. Any comments or questions for Ms. Serhan? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm a little confused. The recommendation is to engage Metrics Group. So what's the RFP for? I first read this as an RFP for this work.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, it's just to engage the auditor for the 2024 year of the financial statements, and then the RFP will be from January 1st, 2025. It's just to have that additional year of Metrics Group to finish up Clearwater County's
24.
I guess post or pre amalgamation financial statements, and then there's additional work that will be required because the Village of Caroline will no longer have their own audit team because their financials will be included within Clearwater Counties. So the scope of work does really change for the audit team in starting January 1st, 2025. But the audit work for the 2024 financials just needs to be completed, and the auditor needs to be engaged or commissioned by the council
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, I'm going to follow up with a motion that council engages Metric Group LLP as the auditor for Clearwater County for the 2024 fiscal year.
Thank you. Any other further comments or discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you. So moving on now to item 6.22 is development of a Clearwater County brand. Go ahead, Mr. Director Hagan.
Thank you, Rick. Good morning, council. Some councillors have expressed interest in developing a brand for Clearwater County. Not to be confused with the organization's current logo, this would be a brand similar to those used by livestock producers to identify stock. Such brands have recently been adopted by other rural municipalities and are being used to identify and market their organizations. With that, I'll turn it back to council for discussion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. For those of you that went to the South Central RMA meeting, sorry, they changed their name, so I want to make sure I get it right. We were in Ponoka County and they have developed a livestock brand to represent them. Isn't that awesome? Like, maybe it's just me, but I think that's excellent. And if we truly are a agricultural based municipality, I think that it would make sense for us to also have a licensed livestock brand, because I'd love to see this actually become licensed through the brand associations, if it was me, and have one for Clearwater County. And we can use it for marketing. I think that it'd be wonderful. So I would love that, would love to make the motion that we direct administration to start researching options to develop a livestock-esque brand for Clearwater County and bring it back to council.
Right, any discussion on the motion? I know for myself, I would like this to go through communications because we do take care of our county brand, so I would like maybe communications to do a background on this. I also am hesitant. Maybe we have an opportunity to put it out as a public engagement to our public, that maybe do they want it, do they don't, what the consideration with this, and I'm hesitant because we're really pigeon-toeing ourselves into a certain look for development as well. And I know tourism is important as well, so I mean, but I would like to hear what more the public engagement would come out, so then maybe there's an opportunity for us to put that out and have that come back, and also, like I say, with the communications, what they've, because I know we have a David Thompson country, we have a Clearwater County, now we have a brand, so yeah, with more, go ahead, Councillor Melloff.
Thank you, and thank you, Reeve, and I appreciate that. And I'm hoping that using the word research and bring back leaves that open, that they can bring back some of those options or some of those concerns, and absolutely include a public aspect to it. We have many different public meetings coming up where we could discuss this as an option between the land use bylaw and the broadband public meetings, and like we've got lots coming up, so there'd be an opportunity to have that conversation for sure. I personally don't think that it would detract. I think it'd be an opportunity to celebrate another piece of Clearwater County. With us being just under 50,000 quarter sections within Clearwater County, it'd be appropriate that we can showcase yet another piece of it.
For sure. Councillor Northcott? No?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay.
Just waiting for the light to turn red. The interesting point just on us just for clarity, for the 50,000 quarters of land, I think that's the large majority of that is Crown land. That's the Alberta government. I think there's only roughly 3,000 privately owned quarters in Clearwater County, maybe just a hair over. But I just wondering, what are the benefits for residents if this was to go forward? Clearwater County was to have a brand. What's the benefit for the residents of Clearwater County? And I do have a couple more questions, but
Yep.
Really, anybody who wants to answer it.
Or maybe it's a question that you'd like answered in the next, because the motion's on the floor to bring back some more information. Would you like that question to be answered through administration? Because this is just being presented now. This is our opportunity to say, hey, councilor would like this information coming forward, back forward. Would you like that benefit to residents?
My personal opinion, I don't think it'll have a lot of benefit for the residents of Clearwater County. I think really a lot of the true ranchers and farmers in Clearwater County, if they've wanted a brand, they have their own brand, and they have their own brand, and they take pride in that brand that they've registered. I think it'll contribute to additional cost to the municipality, staff time to maintain this, and you'd also, if you're gonna have a symbol like this for this municipality, when do you say no to other symbols that are gonna be asked to be posted on things or items? So I think allowing, like, I absolutely appreciate brand, I have my own brand, very much, and I know people take a lot of pride in their stuff, but if you say yes to this symbol, what other symbols are we gonna be allowing in the future as well? So at this point in time, I'm not in support of this.
Okay. Councillor Lai?
Thank you, and I do appreciate the discussion. Ultimately, Clearwater County spends a lot of time and effort promoting tourism, recreation. This I see as one way to give a little emphasis to something that we hold very dear in Clearwater County, that's agriculture. A brand is very signified with our agriculture industry, and when we want to promote those agricultural events within Clearwater County, I think the cost to register a brand that would be appropriate for Clearwater County would be very minimal, and that would allow us to say that Clearwater County is alongside our agricultural producers in recognizing our roots, recognizing those elements that are important in the rural lifestyle, and supporting them when we have an agricultural event or something that is crossover between agriculture and recreation tourism. So I think it would be a minimal cost and a maximum benefit.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I would first like confirmation that brand tattoos for councillors will be optional.
Okay.
Not mandatory.
Not mandatory. And secondly, I have no opinion. I'd like to hear what the public say as before making a decision. So I think moving in that direction is a great idea.
Okay, all right. Councillor Cermak?
I kind of like that little mascot that we have, our Sasquatch. What did that cost to create that for our tourism? What kind of cost is associated to this?
Ms. Serhan?
There was more than one municipality that shared the cost for that logo, and it was to brand, I think, more of a backyard, don't be seen, don't leave your garbage where you have been, like, it's a no trace kind of thing, and it was shared over all of the municipalities on the east slopes. So I could get that information for you, but I don't know for sure what the total cost was or what Clearwater County shared cost was.
Yeah, okay, I thank you for that. I can see the pros and cons to a brand. I have my own brand too, and I don't know if it'll benefit Clearwater County that much. That's my personal feelings on it. I like our logo that we have, Clearwater County. That's what it says. I really do like that. And getting back to what you were saying there, in our logo on this Sasquatch that we have, there's a great chief Seattle that said, take away memories, but only leave footprints. That's what we want here. I think that's a great logo or something that should be put on our business cards.
Cool. Go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, from a finance perspective, we just, always researching and bringing back options does also cost
Yep.
time, resources, and, the value or the benefit of the brand, would it, is it enough to even, I guess, research it? So that would be the question, to council. That's what the decision is for today.
For sure. I guess for myself, you actually touched on it too, Councillor Cermak, is with the Sasquatch. I mean, we have the opportunity to just refresh our memories too on the David Thompson logo as well. So just because it's more than just the registration of a brand, it's creating those pieces that support the brand too, such as that, maybe a sign, whatever else. But I mean, at the end of the day, let's get the information and go from there and make that a proper educated decision. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Ms. Gibson, Councillor Gibson.
I'd like it to go to the general public. I can see benefits for and against, so I'm kind of in agreement with them. The fact that it should be for understanding as well, because when I read this, I'm thinking like, okay, what kind of brand would we have? Is it numbers? Is it letters? Is it, how do we work it? And I don't know what the other municipality that has a brand has benefited from. I'd like to know that as well.
Okay, Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. If it's gonna be a registered licensed, you have to wait to figure that out, because it may or may not, what you want may or may not be available. So if that's the direction that the council wants to go once they get all of that information back, because there's more questions, like the questions that you've had, the questions that Councillor Northcott has had, the questions that Brian has had, or sorry, Deputy Reeve Cermak, sorry. Those are all things that need to be answered. So, and going to the public, I think, is a great plan. If council decides to do that, but we need more information before we can do that anyway. So that's why having this researched and brought back is, I think, appropriate.
Okay, Councillor Gibson? Nope, good. All right, so motion of, Councillor Cermak?
That one that you have from Panoka stamp, is that much along the same line as a Panoka Stampede? I think that it is. Instead of the C, they have the S. No, the lazy S is, that's only characteristic for the Calgary Stampede. I don't think that Panoka can. It is for the county, eh? Okay, because I'm thinking it's the rafter PS for the Stampede. Yeah.
Registered one for Panoka County is sold into their agricultural.
I guess we could go to them. That would be the easy part. Go to the county and ask what it costs to do that.
Okay.
That's a matter of a phone call. I think even Deputy Reeve could do that. Make that phone call. It's pretty simple.
There you go. Councillor Northcott?
I think if I was to survey the residents, or if I was to, I think most people really wouldn't consider this to be a high level of priority. I also have a concern with taking this to the public for input because I don't think it would appear to have a lot of value or a high level of importance with residents. It dilutes the, when you do take items to the public and to residents, when you have too many of them, it dilutes the importance of the items that you take to the public. So I think when things are issued to the public to have public feedback, I think you want to keep it to items that have a level of importance, so that you can get residents engaged and have their true input. So I think this will it just dilutes the importance of public participation. So.
Okay, so Councillor Meloff has a motion on the floor to ask administration to bring back information that we have discussed for further discussion. I'm just looking across, that's good. We're all good for what discussion, what administration would like to bring, or will bring back? Okay. Call the question, all those in favor? Those opposed? That motion's carried. Counselor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I know the motion is already been called, but just a quick Google search. $231 to register a brand with the Alberta Livestock Association.
Okay. And I do believe now that the brands are now forever. They're not an annual, renewal. That, oh yeah, yeah, it's a highlight. No, and that's great. That's awesome. Okay, last, Counselor Northcott?
Just for the $231, but there would also be the ongoing administrative costs and maintenance and research and staff time, and so I'm sure it would be more than the $231.
Okay, so now moving on into planning and emergency services, we have item 6.3.1, which is phase 2 of the Fire Smart Vegetation Management Program for 2024-2025 grant application. And with us, we have Chief Ladis, so welcome. And go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, Reeve, Deputy Reeve, Council and staff. Thanks for taking the time today to hear us again on another FRIA grant opportunity for the county. Today's recommendation is that Council endorses Clearwater County's Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, known as FRIA, grant application funding for an additional $200,000 for vegetation and fuel management adjacent to Nordegg. This is titled as the FRIA Fire Smart RFEOI Vegetation Management Discipline 2024 for December. So a little bit of background on this one. In early February, FRIA released the FRIA grants for the Veg Management Discipline grant application that we submitted for and we were previously approved for. That project started underway in the last couple of days. Crews are working diligently on that. I had our Deputy Chief, Chris Emmerich, he stopped in on the weekend to see how they were doing there. Things are progressing smoothly. This is the phase 2 of that grant, just for clarity for Council. When we worked with Wildfire in their assessment there, they did a whole multiple phase approach. And then as these grants come out, we're looking at doing them in phases. So this is just the carry on from the previous assessment that's been done. FRIA's initial application process for the grant consisted of submission of interest with supporting documents once reviewed and accepted by FRIA. Then the successful applicants are shortlisted with additional documentation to support the grant proposal. Once reviewed at the February 24 submission deadline, the successful applicant will be notified for the following phase of the process. Administration, working with partners at the province's Wildfire Management Branch and Rocky Mountain House, completed and submitted a project support letter and a cover page of current approved plan. FRIA grant requirements include the endorsement of the grant application by a resolution from Municipal Council. The FRIA timelines, as listed below: early April 2025 is a notification to applicants of the shortlist. Mid-May 2025 submission of the full project proposals, and mid-June is a notification to applicants of the successful proposals. At this time, we are seeking support from Council in the form of a resolution to continue with the application process to support the grant application for the $200,000 from FRIA to be able to support the continued veg management plan in Nordegg.
Perfect. Any questions or comments for Chief? Go ahead, Councilor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you, Chief Liadis. The fire risk at Nordegg is a frequent topic of conversation and concern from the residents there. So this work must continue. I will make the motion that Council endorses Clearwater County's Forest Resource Improvement Association grant funding application for $200,000.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Discussion on the motion, Councilor Northcott?
Thank you. What are the, what's the end result? What happens with the deadfall and the woody debris?
Great question, Councilor Northcott. So the question to answer that is the contract companies that are coming in, it's a big mulching project. So we're reducing and mitigating the risk by mulching a lot of the deadfall in that area. And then where it's too heavy in some areas, it'll be removed from that section based on consultation with Wildfire as well from their assessors.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Gibson?
Do you foresee the fact that the grant application is going to be ongoing for other areas in the county?
That's correct. So We have multiple meetings throughout the year with our partners from wildfire, with their hazard assessors and stuff. And some of the things that we look at is continual overview of past projects that have been completed and trying to associate a timeline for when the follow-up maintenance is done. Obviously, we're well aware that we can do a maintenance project on one area when it comes to removing deadfall or mulching, but over time things regrow and we have to look at a future plan of when do we go back and do that, whether it's 10, 15 or 20 years down the road, whatever that may be. We work with the experts to create those opportunities, but they're also looking at future opportunities to continue that outside of just say Nordic, for example, across the county-wide. So they have a large plan that we meet with and we look at different areas each spring and part of the year. They're looking at those areas and seeing. And obviously, as a collective working with the wildfire team, we're looking at other opportunities on how do we prioritize, how do we achieve more grant funding opportunities to fund these projects, as well as advocating at a higher level to see from the province what else we have as opportunities there. As council's aware, there's some higher talks going on right now about fire guards and some other topics and that. So we're actively engaged in those conversations. Our Deputy Chief, Chris Seamerick's actually in a meeting right now with Wildfire Next Door, try to find out some more additional details for this season starting off. And as we can tell right now, the mitigation and prevention aspects of what we do are very critical to our operations. Knowing how much snow is on the ground and forecasting how warm March is going to be, we're already planning to be dialed in as quick as we can, as fast as we can, and then doing the education and prevention piece as well. So,
Okay, thank you. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you, Chief, because yeah, it's absolutely a several-pronged approach to mitigation for sure. We took some criticism from the minister with regards to the direction we're taking on wildfire mitigation. I just want to confirm that we are following the program that was outlined by his department. His wildfire department actually outlined this program, and we are following that very thing. So the criticism, if he believes that we are not doing an appropriate program, perhaps he should discuss it with the program coordinators within his own department. So we're following his plan, correct, or his team's plan?
To answer that question, Councillor, there's a lot of conversations happening at multiple levels, and from my understanding, hence why we have our Deputy Chief over there who's coming with his background, coming from working with the GOA for so many years and being part of our team now, we're trying to find out the best details and plans where, I guess the best way to explain it is the boots on the ground that know this area are educating the people at the provincial level. So having a provincial standpoint on something without having all the key facts at that boots on the ground level sometimes impedes the best decision. So from previous conversations we've had with the wildfire local experts is there is some concern with that direction from a higher level. So there's more information being gathered and pushed up to see what direction is going to go. So that's above us out of the county level. But I know that we do have a couple of people working directly with them to find out that insight. And we're getting the guidance as well from the local side of what we should pursue and what we shouldn't pursue when it comes to grant funding and how we can mitigate the hazards and risks.
Excellent, thank you.
Director Hagan.
Thanks, Chief, and I appreciate the question, Councillor Melhoff. Administration kind of thought the same thing when we saw that letter across the desk. We did have a FRIA-related grant meeting last week where I posed that exact question. Is we'd been advised that we wouldn't necessarily, it'd be more suitable to apply for a certain stream of grant funding if we weren't doing a true 800-meter fully cleared guard versus the Community Fire Guard program, which is intended to have those grazed 800-meter cleared guards. The Nordic Fire Smart Plan was built, as you said, based on expert science, weather, direction of fire travel, what existing fire smart treatments were done. And I asked that pointedly, like, why did you direct us not to apply for Fire Guard? And then the minister says in the letter, we didn't do it enough. So I've asked them if that application is still valid and open, and we're meeting with them tomorrow to talk about it, but it's likely we will continue to apply for that Fire Guard program grant because the administrators of the program maybe deemed it not approvable. They didn't say don't apply, but they just said you'd be better suited for one stream versus the other. So I think it's more of a communications thing, and we're going to continue to work with both the levels of government as well as the Fire Smart program to try and continue to bring these projects to the community. But yes, the plan should be based on the science and the Fire Smart plan that was looked at in the fall.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to that council endorses the Clearwater County's Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta FRIA grant grant funding application for $200,000 for the vegetation and fuel management adjacent to Nordegg. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I think I mentioned this the last time we talked about the FRIA stuff, but was there any discussions with the Alberta government, or has there been any discussion that, or areas identified that could be offered as areas of firewood where like a firewood permit, like a TM66 permit would not be required, and then people could get firewood in those areas? Or how does that work?
Director Haggard?
Honestly, that conversation hasn't happened with any of our provincial representatives. Their rules for the forest protection area are governed by their acts and legislation, so I don't know if they could be project specific. So I suppose if that's the direction council wishes to go, we could certainly make that ask of the province. Being a person who wants to balance the risk of the organization, having anyone with a chainsaw going in and doing the work on lands that you're responsible to mitigate from a safety perspective, or even what we've promised in the Nordegg Fire Smart Plan in terms of vegetation management, and that it's to minimize that aesthetic as well as add for the safety component. Those folks may not have that skill set to determine which trees can be harvested or mulched, or and there's different ways that can be done, like logging and then sale of merchantable timber. Is another component of plans. Like if the area is big enough in the right location, that's something that also happens as part of Fire Smart. So I would be hesitant just because of the risks, if it was municipal lands, to make that recommendation, to move forward with a project like that. But it doesn't mean we can't ask and see what the province can do, because the projects that are currently happening are all public lands. We may extend into the areas in Nordegg that are MR or county owned further down the road as money comes through the door, but the current project is on public land, so they'd be that jurisdiction having authority to make that call.
Go ahead, Sepulveda.
No, my intent was, so if individuals or residents or citizens, if they go and obtain a TM66 or firewood permit, they then would go out into the Crown lands and then still use a chainsaw, right? So I wasn't really trying to go down any complex road other than just really trying to say, hey, has the government maybe identified areas of high risk? And at that point, if maybe wouldn't be required to have a TM66 form, see, you're still going to go in that area with a chainsaw regardless. So there would be no risk to the municipality other than you would be reducing a permit. So it'd be making things easier and maybe a little bit more likely that people would go to the areas that have been identified as high risk, saying, hey, there's lots of deadfall here, but you don't need a TM66. They're going to use the chainsaw regardless. So no risk to the municipality. And one other question regarding mulching. If there's a significant amount of mulching, what with vegetation and grass, like I've seen wildfires basically in the prairies that if there's no trees, but grass, I tell you that stuff burns too. When the areas are mulched and they're revegetated with grasses and shrubs and stuff like that, is there likely that they could then possibly catch fire and carry into another forested area?
I can answer that. Sure. Sorry, great question. So in regards to that question, when Wildfire does their assessments based on whether something's like a clear cut and pave versus a mulch, there's a couple factors that are taken in on the science and data, what makes the most sense and what the pure intention is for that vegetation management project. So I guess to kind of put it in two perspectives, yes, there is always a small risk when it comes to the mulching. The deadfall and the aerial fuels and stuff that's a little bit higher off the ground, that poses a little bit more of a risk for a faster spread and climb when it gets into the crown of the trees and stuff. So the focus on the vegetation management side of it with the mulching project is to reduce the risk, not remove the risk, to a very, very minimal standpoint there. And it makes it more easier for crews to fight the fire when it's on the ground versus when it's in the crown of the trees and stuff. So to answer, yes, it's not completely removing the risk. Obviously, we know like clear cut and pave is the best way for that, but that's not the intention or the direction from any avenue at this point for that project. So we're looking at just reducing the risk and managing that risk as good as we can.
Sorry,
Sure.
one more question. If I may. For the results of mulching, the pH, the alkalinity, things like that, is it considered for waterways and runoff and stuff like that into adjacent waterways for years to come after the decay of the the mulch?
I would have to confirm with our partners from Wildfire on that. When they do their assessments, they have their scientists and the data and everything when they're doing those assessments on that. And I do believe that the environmental impact from the mulching aspect is factored into those equations. To what extent, I'd have to do some research and have to bring that back. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, now for every action, there's a reaction.
Yep.
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. When you brought up the firewood comment, with our last conversation, I fully supported it then, I fully support it now. Perhaps Clearwater County needs to, rather, like, change in the province is gonna be difficult, especially if we don't do that here. So Clearwater County owns a lot of their own lands. Perhaps we can look into our own allowance, our own bylaw, our own firewood area, because there's areas around Farrier, there's areas even within Nordegg, MR land in Nordegg, where we can say, hey, let's do that there, so that we can prove that that is working. And then we can go to the province and go, hey, we've done this, it works here, it's reduced these latter fuels. We can have our own data to then say, we need to have you guys do that within your forest management area too. So maybe it's something we can look into, because I absolutely support the idea of doing that. I know that there's other issues even in and around Caroline. One of the big fires we had last year was right around Crammond. So there's other areas we can look at implementing Councillor Northcott's suggestion, because I do believe that that's a good one.
Okay. Councillor Northcott?
Would we be able to maybe make a motion and direct administration to draft a letter to the minister?
I think there's one on the floor already.
Yeah, no, I absolutely, I'm not making a motion. No, just discussion. No, but we could make a motion, just like I'm not making a motion, just discussion. But council could, after this motion's voted on, but we could maybe make a motion to the minister, to direct administration, to draft a letter to the minister to consider identifying areas of high risk and then allowing the public to access firewood in those identified areas and not requiring a TM66 or a firewood permit. Something like that would be doable, right, after.
Okay.
Maybe I'll make a motion, I can make a motion after this motion's dealt with then, right?
Okay. We'll deal with the motion at hand first.
Thank you.
And that's in regards to that grant funding application for the FRIA. Any other further? Yes, Councillor Ratcliffe made that motion?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ansari.
I'd like to speak to the firewood.
The fire permit one?
Yeah,
Yes.
just so that we're clear that this is on municipal land and there are additional risks to the municipality doing it on municipal land. There's always the opportunity for litigation, no matter what the activity, and
She's speaking to Councillor Sturmack's, or Councillor Northcott's discussion item in regards to the fire permit, the T66.
he's asking for municipal lands to be considered for.
No, I was. His letter is going to the province asking for provincial lands to not use to not require a firewood permit in areas that they have deemed appropriate within the FPA, which would be a provincial requirement. I was suggesting that we don't be pot versus kettle, and that we aren't expecting the province to do something we're not prepared to do. He is suggesting that we ask the province to do that on their crown lands. I was suggesting municipal lands.
Okay, is that correct?
Okay. So the motion on the floor in regards to the FRIA grant, in regards to Nordegg. Any other comments or questions on that motion? Seeing no lights, all those in favor? That motion's carried. Councillor Northcott?
Now we get to discuss this a little further. Thank you very much for the clarity, Councillor Melhoff. It was, my intention was for Crown lands, not Clearwater County lands. So I might need a little assistance here from staff and council. But I make a motion that we direct administration to write a letter to the Minister of Environment to
Forestry and Parks.
Forestry and Parks. Yep, Forestry and Parks. See, there we go. Thank you very much. Minister Forestry and Parks, to allow residents to obtain firewood in areas that are considered of high fire risk and not needing a TM66 or firewood permit. So
Clarification, comments or questions in regards to the motion on the floor? Go ahead, Councillor Hyde.
Thank you, and I guess maybe a bit of clarification, because in my mind, we just approved a motion to a grant or a application process for reducing the risk factors in our interface areas. This kind of almost works directly against that, because people are gonna go out, cut firewood out of those risk areas and bring it back and stack it beside their house or in their backyard. I think one is, in my mind, one is almost fighting the other. The idea is to reduce the risk, not bring it closer to your residents. And if we're getting in the middle of that process, I understand the risk mitigation, what the principles of FRIA are. If we're trying to create a program that then salvages some of that wood and puts it right back where we didn't want it, it seems like we're fighting ourselves, but maybe I've got the wrong perspective here.
Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I understand how that it can look that way for sure, but these are people that are gonna harvest that firewood anyway. So this isn't, this is just removing the red tape of requiring a permit to do it and making it so that we are saying, hey, you're gonna try to get firewood anyway. We'd like you to get firewood from this area, because we need the ladder fuels in that area removed. So rather than having them willy-nilly taking firewood, because they're gonna do it anyway, that's why those permits exist, this is funneling them to areas that we need those ladder fuels removed anyway. And maybe it's not the highest risk because those need FRIA or they need guards. Maybe there's a level under that because they aren't gonna be mulched or whatever, but the ladder fuels in those areas still need to be removed. The stage 2 areas, whereas stage 1 high-risk areas need to have actual FRIA full-on management. Maybe there's the ones behind that can start having ladder fuel removal. And then it actually makes mulching and or aspen planting and or guarding actually easier because some of the deadfall's already removed. My only question for administration would be, are those permits that they require the signature to remove the liability from the province? Do they get those permits in which to relinquish liability? That's my only question. I've never actually applied for one because I have lots of my own trees to cut down. But if that permit is required simply because they need a signature to remove liability for the chainsaw work, et cetera, then I can understand why they would require it even without, like, regardless. But I love the idea of focusing people's energy that are gonna go get firewood permits anyway. They're gonna get firewood, they're gonna put it next to their house whether they get the permit or not. This focuses that energy.
Councillor Lahi?
Communication delay, and I do appreciate that. It's just my being somewhat of a observing human nature. If there's a whole bunch of neatly stacked firewood sitting out in the bush or stuff that's ready to be cut that has to be harvested, it tends to come shorter distances. People don't drive long distances. If it just happens to be a place where they're driving by and they're seeing all this work, they may not have normally brought that kind of wood or that amount of wood near their residence, but if it's available in there and the opportunity arises, they tend to bring it there. So I'm just a little concerned that we're gonna create a local policy or a local opportunity that's going to be counterproductive to the greater scope of the work, which is to reduce that wildfire risk within these residential based areas, not bring it closer to. That's just my just my initial thoughts, and I don't know if there's any way to really mitigate it, but just maybe playing devil's advocate just a little bit, is there a thought around that? So.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Eve. This actually wasn't directed directly towards what the councillor was saying. Councillor Lougheed was saying this was actually to add on to the motion from Councillor Northcott that, and I believe it would be friendly, would be to include, instead of just Ministry of Forestry and Parks, that we also include Minister Nally as the red tape reduction minister, because this could be absolutely within his world as well, just as a thought.
Okay, Councillor Northcott?
Absolutely, I'd accept that amendment. Thank you very much for the input on this topic. And to Councillor Lougheed, I don't know if I follow your comments in regards to bringing the risk closer to people's homes. People's houses are built out of lots of lumber, but I have seen many people in areas of eastern Alberta travel with a trailer full of firewood from areas like Consort or Youngstown or Hanna. They do have a trailer. It's full of firewood. So if those citizens have the opportunity to travel here and maybe an area that's identified by GPS that the government considers an area that's high risk, fill your boots, take as much firewood as you would like. That's.
Councillor Lougheed?
And thank you, and I do appreciate you not maybe understanding my comment. My experience with the fire department for a number of years was that quite often those nice, neatly stacked piles of firewood alongside a house or underneath a woodshed or any of those things are some of the first parts that start on fire, not the house itself. The wood starts on fire because it's a extreme fire load, and it's very difficult to break that away to stop the spread of fire or the exposure to that. So that's my thought, is if we have these residences and structures out in an area that we're doing a fire smart program, if we're almost on the other hand encouraging people to go out, saw this wood, split it, bring it back to their house, split it, stack it somewhere close to their residence, I don't know if that fully mitigates the intention of the fire smarting that surrounding area around these residences. And that's what I was trying to get. I don't know if that helped at all, but.
Okay, Councillor Northcott and then Councillor Gibson.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lougheed. It sounds like there would be maybe an awareness campaign or something could be advertised to the public to maybe don't stack your firewood right completely beside your house, but thank you.
Councillor Gibson?
I'd just like to make sure that with the permit, that we're not, the provincial government is not then shirking its responsibility. Because if you get a permit, they know you have a permit. If it's open to everyone, it's a liability. And I want to make sure that they're still held responsible for it.
So as a family that takes those permits out on a regular basis, those permits are for a temporary 1 month. A T66 is for a 1 month duration. They are free.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's when you are out collecting your firewood, you should have that permit on you when you are out collecting. That's the only requirement that I really see on that. So, and you can take up to a certain amount. I said at one particular point in time, you could go out 10 times in a day to collect that same amount, but the amount that you are taking is specified on that permit.
So if you get hurt, like, is there anything on there saying that, you've got a chainsaw and things go awry? The responsibility, is that the provincial government's then, or is that solely on you? That's what
I would haven't really read the fine print. I could bring it up and that could be something for, do you have one on you?
No, I was just gonna look it up while
Yeah, yeah. Because there you go. Okay, that would be a great question in that regards. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think that it'd be a great thing for administration to research if this is to pass, and if they come up against a barrier that they feel would be limiting to this suggestion, they can bring it back to council and say, hey, we tried to draft your letter, there's a barrier here, what would you like us to do? I think rather than spending time trying to do research right now, when they're doing the research to send the letter, if they see a barrier, they can bring it back and say, we don't necessarily think that is as good of a suggestion as we thought, if this is to pass.
Okay. So Counselor Northcott has a motion on the floor. I am going to ask Ms. Thompson if she could reread the motion that she has a rough draft on.
So we've got that council directs administration to draft a letter to the Minister of Forestry and Parks and Minister of Red Tape Reduction with the request to allow the public to obtain firewood on areas considered high risk of fire without requiring a cutting permit or T66 license.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing no lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you. And yeah, if there's more information on the liability end of things, even an email that would to council, that'd be great. Oh, go ahead, Director Hager.
Sorry, I've applied for them for Christmas trees and firewood myself many times, but I haven't read all the fine print. I just usually check that I agree.
Yeah.
The three things on the puff permit, are I agree to all the terms and conditions. I've consulted with the forest area office and reviewed and provided online maps to confirm suitable cutting locations, and I certify that the permit holder is an Alberta resident over 18 years of age. And in the terms of conditions, it's more like geared towards the requirements, being aware, like for safety purposes. It doesn't have anything that limits liability that I could see as part of that permitting process.
Okay.
But again, online and free to do.
Okay, thank you for that. So I believe that concludes this item, and thank you very much, and good luck with the application. We're looking forward to some good stuff. Let's just take a quick 8-minute break, and we'll come back at 11:40, please. And welcome back from our break. We are at item 6.3.2, which is the revised land use bylaw rewrite communication and engagement plan and schedule. And I will turn that over to Ms. Gillum, please.
Thank you. So administration is proposing a change to the land use bylaw rewrite communication and engagement plan and schedule, originally approved by council in August 22nd, 2023, and then the regular council meeting, or during the regular council meeting, and then updated August 27th of 2024, regular council meeting. So with the amalgamation with the Village of Caroline as of January 1st, the steering committee and administration wanted to include the Caroline land use bylaw and the land use bylaw rewrite process. In addition, as we move forward through this process of creating the new land use bylaw and work through the draft sections of the land use bylaw with the Public Advisory Committee and Land Use Bylaw Steering Committee, the process has been extended to ensure we are allowing enough time to incorporate the changes requested and have appropriate time to review with all committee members again in April before proceeding to posting the first draft publicly. The draft LUB is currently being reviewed by legal for any anticipated issues with the document and enforcement of the applicable sections. And concurrently, administration is reviewing for any errors or omissions, creating graphic design, and the timeline has been extended in order for administration to meet again with the committees to review the legal suggestions and make any additional changes prior to finalizing a draft to present to the public. And that was as requested by the committees. So once the draft land use bylaw has been completed and released to the public meetings will be hosted after giving the public a few weeks to review the document and compile comments and suggestions to bring to the public open houses. We are anticipating the meetings to be held in May of 2025. We are proposing 5 locations around the county with 2 virtual meetings as well. So administration is requesting that council approve the updated schedule and communications engagement plan, which is attached. So yeah, we did make some changes, particularly to pages, sorry, I just wanted to scroll down to reference the correct pages. Pages 6 and 7, which just kind of speaks to the meetings that we've had and the timelines and dates for the anticipated project there.
Okay.
And yeah, that's it for me at this point, if you have any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Gillum in regards to the timeline and engagement that we have coming? I imagine after this meeting, there'll be calendar invites that'll go out to make sure council is perfect. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Not, go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. The last communications on the website and on our social media said the end of March. So then if this was to pass, that would all change, I would presume. So that was a push then even from the original of us saying end of January, beginning of February. It was pushed to the end of March, and now we're pushing it again to May?
Yeah. The end of March stuff was speaking to the meeting with the committee, which has been like anticipated for March, but that's where we're indicating that would be in April for the committees. So that communications was regarding that.
I don't know why we would put any communication regarding when committee meetings are happening on our social media saying public meetings are happening at the end of March.
Because there was just some discussions with some of the members about when information would be being discussed with the committees, just that came out from like the CCTA communicating information and other members within the Public Advisory Committee about when they would be meeting again. So we were trying to clarify about when they would be meeting again to discuss the draft. So we had originally, when we were looking at the timeline, we were looking at the end of March, but it's now going to look more like an April meeting for that. So that's what we were trying to communicate so that we could it'll come after that meeting basically is what we were trying to communicate.
Okay, my misunderstanding then, because I thought that the social media posts were saying when they were doing the public meetings, so.
No, I'd have to double check, but I don't believe that was it.
So I'm curious though, why we can't go in March. The document is, yeah, it's rough. I'm not saying that it's perfect at all. But then people can put all of their feedback on it and get a more perfect document later. Because if we're going out with a document that is perceived as finished, then the public definitely won't think that they're actually getting a say on a document because it looks done.
Yeah, and I don't think it's about being finished. I think we were just, based on the discussions from the committee meeting, which I wasn't actually in attendance at, but directed from my staff that was that the committee had decided, the two committees had decided that they felt it was better to clean the document up and put it in the format that we were going to be presenting it at versus having it just as a rough draft in Word, because we are, just like the design elements, and again, having the legal review prior to, because if there's any major issues with the draft legally, we want to try to address those prior to presenting it to the public, just so we don't hopefully confuse people where we, if there's a legal issue that we pull something out and they ask us why, hopefully we can kind of present something that legal is comfortable with prior to that as well, and having the diagrams complete for reference as well. So that was my understanding, was the direction of the committee, that we could take it out in the state that it was in, but they wanted us to clean it up just a little bit more before going out, being aware that it's still only a draft. It's maybe like a second draft administratively, but draft to the public, and of course, based on feedback, I fully anticipate that there will be additional changes.
Councillor Lougheed?
Oh, thank you. Just to refresh my memory, the potential rollout of those public engagement events was in a fairly tight, like over a period of a week or 10 days. It was meant to be quite a compact. It wasn't stretched over a month or something.
No, yeah, that's within a couple-week timeline. And we are thinking that we would maybe, given the virtual meetings and the locations and trying to balance around the county but not overwhelm people, yeah, we were looking at five different locations for the meeting. And then just dependent on council's feelings, like that could be adjusted if they wanted to reduce them, given that it is a lot of meetings in a short period of time. But we just wanted to give people some different locations and opportunities to participate.
And I do appreciate that, and I just want to kind of share the community feedback I've had in the past, or many councillors have had in the past, with trying to manage public engagement in May, or those busy agricultural or busy just residential months. That's a place where people are getting out in the yard and enjoying the weather, and farmers are certainly in the field, very, very busy in that time. So there will be that sentiment that this is a poor time to engage the public in a full, with fullness, for lack of a better term. But I just thought I'd share that feedback that I've had in the past.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I see from this schedule that the anticipated time for this coming to a vote of council is in July. Are we fairly confident of that? And we've been building momentum on this for a few years. We have to push this into the next council and lose that momentum would not be desirable.
Yeah, go ahead, Director Hager.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Certainly something that staff have also tried to consider as part of this process. And it's kind of like the chicken and the egg when it comes to getting through the draft, having the committee members, both steering committee and the public advisory committee, being confident and comfortable with the draft. Like we still hear after the meetings, well, we want this changed or we want that changed. And so getting to a draft that the groups are both comfortable with to present to the public. And then once we do those open houses, I don't know what the outcome will be. It's kind of a guess in terms of time frame, but depending how many public are there, what their concerns are, or what they support, the committees may choose to have more time. They may choose to have a lot of draft changes that requires more administrative time. So it all depends, and I know similar processes have taken even longer than this process, to be honest, and gone over election terms as well. And that is totally up to council's discretion. If they see the time frame doesn't meet their requirements, we can certainly do our best and present something different than what the committees have recommended, which is waiting to see the draft one more time, meet again, and then present it to the public and go out for those open house meetings. If council chooses something different at this table, then we'd have to pivot and adjust, and we'll do our best to meet that. But really, with the way the timeframe's laid out, I tried to squeeze every day future forward, and just with all of the steps of, there's GIS mapping, there's creative design, there's legal review, there's committee meetings and the schedules to allow for those meetings to take place. It's tough to see it happening any sooner than July. But that's, of course, like I said, we'll do our best with what council directs us to do at this table, which is why I wanted this item to come back, for awareness of what the committees have discussed. Again, you guys are all part of that committee of the whole, but also have that discussion on, is this timeframe suitable?
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Melham?
Thank you, Reeve. How much of a runway will the public get? Like, when will they get the document? Because it's not the document itself, even though there are copies that have found their way into the public. It's not really a public document. So if we want a wholesome feedback on this document, they're gonna need time to go over the almost 300 pages.
I can speak to that.
Go ahead,
Betcha. Thank you, Madam Chair. So the timeframe that we've kind of earmarked out with administration, the consultant, once that steering committee, public advisory committee meeting happens in April, if they bless the document as it is, we would expect to be able to have that to the public by mid to the third week of April. And then we had kind of a 2-week period, which is our standard for our advertising for anything that's statutory. Advertising an open house doesn't fall under those same requirements, but we kind of follow that same practice. So 2 weeks in between where that would be advertised in the papers, on the website, social media, the draft would be available online. I have heard feedback from one person in particular that said a month would be better. That then pushes your timeline into August. So it's kind of a balance. We're trying to do the best we can with the procedures we have for the committees, the time frame for advertising that's consistent with what we typically do. So that puts the end of kind of April timeframe where that would come out, and then the open houses would then be mid-May, which we just heard was not ideal timing, perhaps for some. There would be virtual options. I don't know if Kim specifically mentioned that, but that was anticipated as well. So if you can't catch it because you can't physically be there, you could do something online. So mid-May, that May 15th around timeframe also catches a long weekend for Nordeg, which is again a reason to have open houses then. And then the amended draft will depend on what the feedback is from the public. So there would be another step in the process where we'd go back to those committees, say, based on the feedback, this is what we heard, what does the committee wish to do with that? And then the committee would direct us in terms of if the draft changes would be implemented and which ones would and which ones wouldn't. And then we'd go back with a new draft to the committee again in a future, and then the first reading, and then a 2-week advertising period, and then a public hearing. Again, the draft could be amended after that public hearing, before second and third reading. So all of these things have process and time and advertising that go with them that just kind of pushes that deadline to July, or or whatever council directs us. It could be later than July. It depends on those committees and what they come back with for feedback.
Okay, thank you.
Supplementary.
Yeah, Councillor Melham.
Thank you, Reeve. The concepts in the current draft are already done. Why would it not make sense for us to go out now and then allow the community to provide their feedback, and then the changes that will inevitably need to be made, or else why do public engagement? If I don't see anybody from the public saying, we love it, it's amazing. I think we're gonna hopefully land somewhere in the middle, because the people on both sides of this document are not going to be happy. Statutory documents never please 100% of the population. But if we have to make changes, then we have to go back to legal again. So if the concepts are already clear and the direction of the bylaw changes are already clear, why would we not go out and ask the public where they stand, rather than spending all this money on legal and all this money on GIS and all this money on pictures and graphics, if it's all gonna change based on what the public says?
Ms. Gillum?
Yeah.
I was actually wanting to respond to some of the stuff from before about how much time between the document going out and the public hearings, or the public open houses, sorry. So yeah, there was the couple weeks in there, and we will have the document, but hopefully we'll also have some summary type sheets as well to go along with that, because obviously reading the 200-page document would be cumbersome, but having summary type sheets to show which districts maybe are remain and which might be combined, and different types of things that we'd be adding, how we address some of the high interest issues that have come up during the process. So hopefully to like give people some clear answers that way versus having them have to dig through the whole document to find that information. We could reference certain points that addresses some of those issues to make it easier to review that document. So I just wanted to touch on that, but Christine can maybe jump in.
Yeah, you betcha. Thank you, Madam Chair. If I can answer the Councillor Melhoff's question, which is a good one, and the committees, when we had the joint meeting of the steering committee, which is the committee of the Council of Whole, so everybody at this table, and then the public advisory committee members, which are those appointed by council for public input from various user groups. The sentiment at that table is kind of where we took our direction from in terms of what we were going to do with the draft. We said we can send it out the way it is right now. We can clean up the track changes, throw it out in Word. There won't be the diagrams and the maps attached, which really give the context to it. Or we can not do that and wait another month or two. It delays the process, but we can provide a better document that might make more sense to the public, have time to create those kind of info guides so that people know what sections are kind of up for discussion versus what are legislated, and we can't, like, no sense reviewing this in too much detail because maybe we have to put those words in there to make it legally applicable as per the Municipal Government Act or other legal reasons. So it was direction from the steering committee and the advisory committee is the reason for the draft not going out as it stands. Again, council sets the terms of reference for those committees, and a different decision could be made at this table. I would say that would be difficult administratively to achieve a much shorter time frame than what's here, but certainly a draft going out to the public, we could facilitate that sooner. We were just trying to avoid that confusion of, you know, the context missing. We have had some inquiries from the public, about a handful, looking for the draft because they'd heard about it in other mechanisms. I haven't been able to find the ad that the county did to kind of clarify that this isn't out there yet. But certainly it could happen at this table, but that we were going off the direction of the steering committee and the advisory committee.
Yeah, and if I remember right too, that conversation during that committee meeting was we'd sooner have something that is further along than too much in the rough draft, because yes, it creates more confusion, but at the same time, we have been at the receiving end of, what have you guys done? Do we have to do it all for you? So, I mean, there's been that comment as well, as far as you're putting something out that's incomplete. Give us something that's complete that we can actually make comment on. So, you know, it's two edges of a sword in a lot of ways on this, and unfortunately, some want to wait until it actually, you know, they'll give us the opportunity to comment as it's been going along, because as you've mentioned, there have been some PAC members who have been, you know, putting it out there as they've been doing it anyways, and then there's this council of a committee have been talking to their residents and wards too. Some of them have been on drop-in sessions, so with that. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I attended a meeting in Nordegg where there were about 50 of my constituents there, talking and speculating on the land use bylaw. One of the questions that came up was, how would you like to receive this information? And it was, I would say, unanimous that people wanted to get this information in a workshop format. So, you know, there is that risk that we're going to get the complaint that I did not have time to fully understand this document. So I think any ways that we can shortcut those complaints by getting information out to residents, it can be beneficial in trying to have a manageable timeline here.
And sometimes those, I agree with you that they would like it ahead of time, but sometimes the concerns of people are like, I had my neighbor talk to me about this, and they say it's really important, and this is what, all the angst is about. And when you explain it to them, they're going, that's it? That's what I have to be anxious about? Wow, why did you cry wolf? So social media does that to us, unfortunately, is that it brings out the cry wolf. And unfortunately, we're just trying to update an older document, and at the end of the day, people will still have their opportunity to do it, and some will do it quicker than others. If I was giving it to a family member that I know, he would probably want a year to look through this, and it's like, nope, not gonna happen. So, if it's a priority, they'll get through it in their 2 weeks, or they'll do things. I understand where that sentiment could be coming from as far as a workshop, but that's why we put together the PAC, that's why we put together the committee, was part of that public engagement. And they'll have their opportunity to come to the open houses and ask questions too, which I'm looking forward to that as well. Any other comments or questions in regards to the schedule? Go ahead. Councillor Gibson, please.
I think we have to have it done before July at least, because I don't think it's fair to hold off on it and not do it before the election and then have a whole new council possibly come in, and we're giving them something that we did and they had no input in. So I think the sooner we get it, the better. But I think also we have to, the draft should be as close to what we decided on as possible. So that, and I like the idea of having it so that these are things that cannot be changed governmental wise, and these things we can change. Because there's a lot of people have said to me about some changes, and I go, no, sorry, we can't change that. That's the rule of law from the government. So I think that is the confusing part as well, because we've got that in there as well. So if we can separate out what is government and what we can't change to what we have changed, would make it a whole lot easier for everyone.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I just have a problem with it going into July and August, because we're rural. That's haying time. You're not gonna get the people out. I think it's sooner. Why not get it out before we have a whole bunch of lawyer fees and stuff into it? Let them bash it around for 2 weeks, and then we write something up and send it to the lawyers. I do like the idea of putting it down that this can't be changed. This is government regulations. We have to abide by the MGA. This stuff we can look and doctor up. That way you're probably, how much of that, of the LUB is governmental regulated? 30%?
First 3 sections? Yes. Yeah.
So you're taking away a big chunk of that is no concern to any of us, really, including this council sitting here. We don't need lawyers looking at that. We don't need people looking at that. Give them the stuff that they can deal with. And give it to them now.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox.
No, that's okay. Go ahead, Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, and I do tend to agree with much of what Councillor Cermak had to say, but basically because we're asking a lot of our community to come out and examine a lengthy document with not necessarily full of plain language. There's lots of questions. What does this mean? And so they're almost forced to rely on those people that have done that, that somebody else's view to form theirs. Are they going to just deal with, did you know that this is evil and bad? And because we're not really giving them the opportunity for them to think for themselves in this, that it's, you know, if you're going in, what you said, busy haying time in July, August. Farmers, our farm community doesn't really have the option to sit down for several hours and go out to a number of public meetings and really understand it. They're gonna go off sometimes the fears of somebody else, and so we don't have the opportunity to hear that feedback. We only hear the fear, and I think we want to have a wholesome document that really brings in all that community feedback. So I know our timeframes are tight. I think we need to maybe keep the wheel moving to get those timelines as close to what we've described here, and be able to get that feedback and incorporate it and get the most wholesome land use bylaw that we can.
Okay. Any other comments or questions or a motion? Councillor Cermak?
Sorry to put that much pressure on the planning, but I would like to stick to what you've given us here. I know it's pressured, but I think this has to be done by July. Just about every person I know of in my area there, they start haying after the Calgary Stampede. That's how they make their living for the year. And if they don't do it then, they know that they're gonna have a rough next year. So this LUB is not gonna be forefront on their money. It's making their family so they have the money to continue for a year. So we need to get it out there. That's why I was complaining that we didn't have it done by the end of December. Sorry to put the pressure on you, but I think we just have to get the thumb screws out, I guess, and do it. Sorry. And I will make that motion that we stick to this agenda that you've got there and can't deviate by it.
Okay. So the motion would read that council adopts the Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw Rewrite Project Communication Engagement Plan and Schedule as amended. Okay, Councillor Melhoff?
I just want to confirm that you're suggesting that they stick with the one that they've presented or the one that was already previously passed, suggesting we go out to the public in March.
That's really putting the screws to.
I'm just confirming.
I would
you said
like to see
stick
the
with it,
March
so.
one, but I can't see that happening. If it's already went to the lawyers, we're gonna spend that money now anyway, because it's went to the lawyers. I think that's a waste of our money. Sorry, but I do.
No, I just wanted to confirm so that your motion is reading that it's the timeline that has been suggested by administration.
And it does say here that there is in here, I don't like it that it's a first draft and there's a second draft, and the second draft goes back to the lawyers again. I think we only need to go to the lawyers once. And they do what we have to do according to the MGA.
Well, to be fair, anytime we make a change, it probably will have to be vetted by legal. So that's
True.
why it would go like, so you're making the assumption then that, or my thought would be that you wait until you're at a point where the community is giving you enough feedback that you think that you're ready to go to the lawyers.
Yes.
That's not what's being presented here.
No, but that's what I'd like to see, but I don't know if we have time to do that.
Yeah, but I also recognize not going out to the public with something that we legally can't do either. So there's that balance, right? So if we're saying we want to present this land use bylaw, and then a whole bunch of it lawyers say you can't do any of the stuff you're telling the public you want to allow them to do. So I get the balance, but we have extremely well-trained and well-licensed and educated planning staff.
We do.
That I don't believe would lead us astray anyway. I think that they have a good understanding. So I think we could have been ready for a draft before it went to lawyers too, because of the wonderful expertise that our team has. But that's not what's being presented here, and your motion is to go with what's presented here.
He can make the motion, he doesn't necessarily have to vote for it, so.
What changes would you like to make? I'm open to a change. To an amendment, a friendly amendment.
Well, any changes that I would make would not be friendly, because it'd be changing from what this is, as this is presented. With not like, as the definition of parliamentary procedure, friendly would be changing the motion to an extent that it no longer, anyway, doesn't matter. We could go over parliamentary procedure all day. I won't be supporting this. I don't want us to be pushing this into summer. I think that we'll get diluted feedback, but sheerly by the fact that people are not available. And it's either we get ready to go out now or we push it until when, after the next election. So that's where I stand on this. I don't think that rolling a document out in the summer is gonna get the feedback that we would like from the public, is they are merely busy farming, they're busy with their families, they're trying to fit in camping, they're trying to fit in all of the other things that go with trying to create memories with their families in
And
the
making
very
a living.
short time, in the very short time frame that goes with summer. So I would like to see us either move now or push it until after the next election.
Okay, Councillor Gibson?
So then I will withdraw my motion. I think we need more discussion.
Councillor Cermak withdraws his motion. Councillor Gibson?
To go out fairly soon. There's a draft out there already, and so I feel that we need to have it out there, because if we don't, it will look like we're doing it behind closed doors. We picked a time that we knew everybody was busy. So the look of it going into May and June would not sit good, I think, with a lot of the residents because of that fact.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Taking a realistic look at this, does staff see ways that from where we are today, that we can gain some time on this schedule with minimal risk, but also minimizing the risk that the public is going to say, I didn't have time to look at it. Is this document really valid?
C.O. Evans?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and thank you for the question, Councillor Ratcliffe. Reasonably, no. From a staff perspective, recognizing, one, we identified the concern with the short timeline, providing the general public the opportunity to review, which is reflected in the schedule presented actually in this agenda. We actually, I will give you my perspective on it. Really coincides with Councillor Melhab. The legal review was identified as important because, number one, rolling something out to the general public and first and then doing a legal review and adopting something that could look substantially different than what the public had eyes on, I would worry how this councillor would be viewed doing something like that. So, which I believe is why the PAC committee stated to have the graphics completed, the review done, and then roll it out to the public. Not so that it was deemed a completed document, but it was a document fully reviewed by the PAC committee to go to the next phase, which the PAC committee has said is public engagement. If the timeline was pushed, I tend to agree. It might be just the decision to bring the project to a point, and I will say of conclusion for the PAC, and then roll it out to the public and let the public sit on it for 6 months to review it and have it reviewed after October of 2025 for that very reason. But it wouldn't, I don't think it would be reasonable to criticize anybody that they wouldn't have significant time to review at that point. But these are actually some of the administrative conversations we've already had, if that helps.
Thank you. Just follow up? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Okay, I think Director Haggard has something to add.
Okay, go ahead, Director Hager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, not to belabor the conversation, just to maybe add some perspective to the process and the timeframe. So when council first talked about this in 2023, and having the committees to do that work, we had public open houses at that point to say, what do you like, what do you don't like? We did a what you heard report that followed that. We established a committee and a process to go through. The first timeline deferral was related to the amalgamation. We relooked at the terms of reference. We thought we should incorporate Caroline in advance instead of now trying to do it in January and wait until the process happened of amalgamation, anticipating it would happen. So the timeframes were deferred for good reason in that case, and we're going to be incorporating Caroline's land use bylaw into the counties, which is another complexity. Land use bylaws are already complex as they are. Adding Caroline's land use bylaw and districts into our existing land use bylaw is another layer. So we tried to get on that in the kind of fall of 2024 to make sure we were thinking about that. So the timeline was initially deferred because of that. And administratively, we'd have liked it to have been done by Christmas as well, so that January 1st we could have had community buy-in, council buy-in, stamp it, and move forward to the next project that falls from that being changed. But that was deferred at that time based on the committee direction to ask council if it was okay. Following that, we've had those committee meetings. Public open houses aren't a legislative requirement. That's something that this council has said we would like to do. That could shorten the time frame. We don't have to have those meetings. We could go straight to a first reading and public hearing. I know, no, I'm saying that, I know. It's not what we're suggesting. We like the time frame as it is. But certainly there's other mechanisms to shorten it. I don't think are ideal for the community, because then they won't have the feeling like they had that input into the process. Totally allowable, but not ideal for anybody. So no, that wasn't what I was suggesting. And then, so there's more than one opportunity for public input. There's the digital way, calling staff and dealing with them, talking with their committee members. Then open houses are optional. You don't have to go to an open house. That's not required. They could just go to the public hearing. So they could choose, is it May or is it July? And if that's the timeframes that those happen, that's what their choice could be. I don't think there's lack of ability to provide input if you miss one meeting. So just a little bit of perspective there. And then I fully agree with CAO Emmons in terms of the timeframe. It's what this council wishes. The committees have told us what they want us to do, and that's what this schedule is based on. Now you get to tell us if you agree with what those committees have said. And then we'll move forward with whichever direction. End of March is to get the draft out. That shouldn't be an issue. To have open houses by then, it's logistically complicated because we need time to advertise, book the halls, etc. Like, we could probably make it happen, but it would be very difficult administratively to pull something off in less than a month. But stranger things have happened. We can do what we're asked to do.
Okay, Councillor Lahi.
Thank you, and thank you for those comments. I think the timelines on this project, or this rewrite project, have always been critical. Here we are bumping up against some of those natural moments in a timeline that are difficult to make rapid decisions with. And even if we could hold a public information session tomorrow, or a public feedback session tomorrow, you will get the feedback that this is the busiest time for cow-calf producers. They are calving their cattle, and they'll be moving directly then into spring seeding, into haying, then into harvest. So there is no, if the sun's shining and the weather is warmer, you're going to have your agricultural community really stretched to the limits and not feel that they've had full impact or fully heard on this. So I think our timelines are very challenging. I think the most likely outcome here is kind of as CEO Emmons has mentioned, is that we maybe can get this draft out to the public so they can review it at their leisure over a period of months, and perhaps give some feedback during whatever's happening in September, October. And then hopefully those alignment of visions and strategies and what they believe is important in a document going forward, kind of mirror what they believe is important. And that may be the timeline we're at now, but let's keep the pressure on if we if we can, I think it would be good to get this done. But that's just my comments at the moment.
For sure. And I also understand some of the changes that we have made as a PAC and committee of a whole really will have an impact on some of the upcoming months ahead as well. So I hate to say it, but I mean, RVs are one of them. And so we understand too that our residents could be in an illegal situation until this new draft is blessed. So understanding that, you know, there's hockey tournaments and finals and everything else that goes on. There's never a good time. I don't care if you're ag or not. These families are going Mach 10 and it is never a good time to have a public engagement. You either want to and find a way as in May or July, whatever that looks like. So, and I understand the time constraints with everything that's going ahead. I am open to the fact that we get to that draft and have one more final meeting with the PAC on what that looks like before we go out with a draft, and then maybe sit on it as COM instead for 6 months and let the new council, whatever that looks like in October, decide what they're going to do. Understanding too, and thank you for the outline, Director Hager, in regards that the amalgamation really did take a part. We had Councillor Gibson join us for 4 of those months, and that was critical for us to get this project to where it is today too. So without your help, Councillor Gibson, that would not have happened. So understanding with that. I'll go to you, Councillor Lahey, then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
And thank you for that. I just, again, on those timelines, I think when this project was started, it was very important that council incorporated the Public Advisory Committee. That's a new approach to trying to get as much input as possible in the genesis of these before it goes out to the greater public. I commend that, but we do know that that involves more people, more meetings, more feedback, and incorporating that within that. It stretches the timeline a little bit. So again, here we are with good intentions, kind of the sands of time are running out on this. So yeah, we have to keep the energy going in to make it happen.
For sure. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. One of the reasons that residents are asking for a workshop type presentation is that the questions or comments from another member of the public spur additional questions and comments, and it just contributes to greater understanding. I guess we have to accept the message from administration that speeding up this process is there's no real opportunities to gain time on it. And the least objectionable way forward, I think, is to accept this agenda, and at some point, maybe even only a few months away, we're going to have to be faced with a decision of whether we let it carry over to the next council or not. So I think I will make the motion to approve this revised timeline with the request that if administration does come up with an innovative way to speed up the process, that they do that.
Thank you for the motion. Any other comments or questions on the motion? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed?
I had a vote for.
You're voting for?
Yes.
Okay, so 4-3, motion's carried. So with that, looking at the time, it's about 12:26. We are going to take a lunch break till 1 o'clock, please. And welcome back. We just finished our lunch break. And looking at the agenda, we have our delegation here for 1 o'clock, which starts in our closed session at 10.1. So I will look for a motion to go into closed session at this time. Okay, Councillor Northcott, all those in favor? And that motion's carried. And welcome back. We are now out of our closed session. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break and then resume the meeting. And welcome back. We are now at item, and I think we came out of closed session, and we are going to go back in our agenda, and I believe Councillor Ratcliffe has a comment to make. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I made a mistake in the motion on the LUB timeline motion. That I did not consider the strong opinions I've received publicly and some of my teammates, so I would request that council reconsider that motion so that I can make another motion, including releasing the draft, the current draft, to the public immediately.
So this is to reconsider item 6.3.2, which is the revised land use bylaw rewrite, communication and engagement plan and
Correct.
schedule.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. So as reasons, as Councillor Ratcliffe has stated, for the balance of council to reconsider the motion. I won't be supporting a reconsideration because I don't believe we should put out a draft LUB without having it somewhat at the 95% or 90% level. So if it was just to reconsider a schedule, that's fine, but I'm not, I would not be supporting a release of the draft until the legal opinion and the PAC and the committee of a whole have an opportunity to see what the consultant will bring. So that's where I'm at. Anyone else? Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I will support the reconsideration. The drafts have already made their way out into the public, as it was not part of our terms of reference that the PAC or even our strategic committee, land use bylaw committee, keep those documents confidential. So the community does already have drafts, and I think that it'd be more appropriate that the entire community then have access to those drafts rather than just the select fews that have relationships with PAC members. It'd be better that the whole community have access to that. Perhaps when we're building terms of reference in the future, we'll consider that, but right now that wasn't something that was restrictive, so then the whole community can have access to the working draft then.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions? If not, I'm going to call a question. Councillor Northcott?
I guess as much as it sounds, it would sound appealing to say, hey, let's, release a draft for all the residents to view and see. But I think it could create some confusion. If you're gonna release a draft and then later on release an official draft, why not just wait that little bit of time and then at that point in time, release an official draft so that residents and people don't, I think it could create a level of confusion. So I think if you're gonna release a draft, it should be, sort of closer to what's really gonna be presented at that point in time to reduce confusion. So I won't be supporting it as much as it sounds good to say, yeah, we should release a draft. I mean, kinda, it's appealing to say that, but in the efforts to reduce confusion, I won't be supporting it.
Okay. Councillor Logie?
My understanding, the motion before us here is a motion to reconsider, not
Yes.
anything
With
to do
those-
with the actual releasing or creation of a draft. It's just to reconsider that motion that was before us.
With the reasons that he explained.
Okay. I will support the motion before us because I would like to hear a deeper discussion of why we think that's important and also to dialogue out the challenges there are with presenting a draft that has not been fully vetted by our legal team. I think we know it's important to do those things, and we would be fools not to take our own legal advice. But I would like to hear the rationale behind that, so I will support the motion. And I am correct in it is just a majority of council, not a unanimous decision.
That is correct. Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
It's just the motion, if this one motion is to reconsider passes, the following motion to release it should include wordage that this is preliminary, it has not passed legal review, and it's more for conceptual discussion than anything of getting information out into the community.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
I think it's gonna, I think a lot of residents are only gonna wanna read this thing one time. This is sort of gonna make them read it, you know, twice, right? Because you get the draft that's not an official draft. So to get people to invest that time to go through it, research it, and then find out that this was not the official draft, to try to get people to read that thing 2 or 3 more, I don't know. I think it just will contribute to confusion, so. No.
All right, so the motion is on the floor from Councillor Ratcliffe to reconsider the motion for 6.3.2. No other comments or questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion's carried. So with that, we're going to reconsider the item and go from there, so. Yes. So the motion, yes, the motion, sorry. Is it the original motion, Tracy Lynn? Okay, so the original motion is to accept the, or Jana, do you have could you repeat that original motion, please?
Yeah, the original motion is that council adopts the Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw Rewrite Project Communication and Engagement Plan and Schedule with the amendment to find an innovative way to speed up the public engagement process.
Okay, thank you. So we're voting on that motion at this point in time. Councillor Lahi?
My position, waiting to be changed by good argument, is that although there is a partial copy of one of the drafts been circulated through the community, it is not one that has been vetted by a legal team that we employ to make sure that if we're presenting something to the public, that it isn't something we can't do, even if we suggest that we do, and unfortunately, it could tend to mislead the public that we're going a direction that we really can't go. So for that reason, at this moment, I'm not supporting changing my vote on the motion before us.
Okay, thank you. I will be supporting the motion, the original motion that was made. I feel that the draft that has been out and about has been to a select few. It has not been out to our full public. So again, as Councillor Northcott has said, it is a bit of confusion for some of those that are already out there, saying when was this draft released and whatever else, because it was not. It was a select few that got presented. It was not out to the public. So through official sanctioned public engagement that we have now, that we're now talking about. So I agree with your assessment, Councillor Lahi, in regards to, it is a partial, so I will be supporting the original motion. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe, then I'll go to Councillor Miller. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. Yes, this information is somewhat out in the public, but the engagement I've had with the public, making it generally available was probably the strongest comment, so that they know which, I guess it comes down to what the concepts of the changes are. And I think the people who are interested are the ones who are going to read it. And releasing it now, I think, will diffuse some of the arguments that may come up that a 2-week opportunity to go through the final draft is insufficient. So those are the reasons for
Okay.
making this change.
Counselor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm a little bit confused. Are we still debating the original motion that's on the floor, or are we debating whether we're releasing a draft? I'm just trying to make sure that.
The original motion.
Okay, well, I voted against the original motion because we need to go now. I think pushing this into, seeding and haying and summer activities and camping and when you're out of school and everybody's vacations, i.e. July and or impending August or September, or whenever we're asked next to push this project, then it will also then push it into past an election. So either we go now or it waits for an election. So if that was my debate previously for the last motion, and I will be against the motion as it stands again. As far as releasing a draft, if a draft wasn't already out in the public, I would absolutely agree with you guys that we need to wait until it's vetted by legal, etc. But that's not the case. There's a draft out in the public, and only select people have it, and I feel that everybody should have it. If it's out there, everybody should have it. So then we should release it, because only having a handful of people that just happen to know people having it, I don't love that. So if it wasn't already out there, I would probably have to be persuaded otherwise, but because it's out there, I'm team release the draft. I'm with Neil on that. Or Councillor Ratcliffe, sorry.
Councillor Lougheed?
Well, I'll tell you what I don't love. I don't love that we entrusted this partially completed draft with a very distinguished few people. And we really trusted that they would keep that and understand that that is not the completed draft, that has had some legal perusal. It's our best guess at the time of where we're going with this, and it forces an issue when it shouldn't be an issue. And I don't appreciate that. I don't love that, as you would refer to. And trying to find the best way to move forward, because no matter what happens here, the question will be, is there something that's being hidden, or did you know that they're trying to do this kind of items? And that's not where we're at this time. We haven't got the final draft, and the final, even at that point, we go out to the public with, and I think the public deserves the opportunity to put input into that final draft. So I don't know if this is the best process to go forward. I haven't heard a compelling reason for me to change my vote yet. So.
Councillor Gibson?
I'm as confused as Councillor Melhoff is. We're not discussing whether it goes out to the public until we have the public meetings. I thought the motion was on public meetings and the dating of them, and not the other part. So can we please do one before we discuss the other to make it clear for all of us?
Okay. Point taken. So as outlined in the agenda item, is that and maybe we should get the motion reread. That will probably help again, so that way we understand that there was a little add-on to the original motion. Jana, if you could please reread that motion.
So to clarify, I'm just working on getting this up on the screen. The initial motion that was in the package was motioned by Councillor Cermak, and he withdrew his motion. Right. So that was to adopt it as amended, as presented in your package. So then the motion that Councillor Ratcliffe made was to find an innovative way to speed up the public engagement process. Then there was a motion that was carried to reconsider that motion. So the one that is now on the table is to speed up the public engagement process again. So that is the motion that was, am I incorrect?
Yes.
Sorry, yes. Director Hager.
I understood the motion by Councillor Ratcliffe was as per the package, and then ... if we can speed it up any faster than what we've said we're gonna do, that'd be great. So what council considers the motion, I would say would be the original motion in the package and an expedited schedule if time allows.
And just to clarify, when we refer to the original motion, that is the one that Councillor Ratcliffe made in its entirety? That is what is being identified as the original motion, the one that was voted on and subsequently carried. So if you'd like to read that original motion that Councillor Ratcliffe made in its entirety, I think that would help clarify things a bit. Thanks, Janet.
So then it would be to adopt the land use bylaw rewrite project communication and engagement plan and schedule as amended and speed up the process.
Innovative way to speed up engagement.
Yes.
I would. Okay, are we, Councillor Gibson, you're clear on that one now? Okay, thank you. Any other further comment on that motion that we're discussing? Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Is there anywhere in the schedule here for a second and third reading for council?
No, we have to decide whether we're going to first.
Yeah, because well, or anticipated or
Okay. Councillor, or Director Haggart, do you have an idea about if the public hearing first reading was passed?
Yeah, you bet. So I don't have, because I apologize, I didn't print off the items, I don't have it right in front of me. So the schedule that Kim presented earlier, that would include, thanks Rick, the communications, it kind of ends off with where we start the first reading, but natural process after the first reading would be, council would be first reading, and then administration would essentially get directed to provide public advertising of a public hearing date. So we'd go back, pick a public hearing date, would be following that July meeting. Typically, it's about a month later, that makes August. It's got that 2 weeks of statutory advertising requirement in between. And then from there, council could choose to have the public hearing. We'd probably want to call a special meeting. So that would be a consideration of council as well, whether you want it as part of your regular council meeting or another day. So that would be a decision probably at that first reading timeframe as well. Hear the public hearing, and then totally up to council's discretion whether they choose to continue on from that public hearing to make a second and third reading, or maybe they direct administration to bring it back to the committees with more amendments based on what they hear from the public. So again, it's not on there because we can't foreshadow what might happen. We're trying not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but it would be public hearing, I think it says a first reading in June, public hearing in July, and then what happens after that will be determined by council.
Okay, go ahead.
okay, yeah, because I did see the anticipated first reading of June. So on the document of the nature of the land use bylaw, I'm not in a rush to take it to first, second, and third reading. If you're gonna do something, make sure it's a document that suits and appeases the large majority of residents. So I'm not really in favor of rushing something. And if the next council have to make the decision on this, it's not a document that would then at that point in time have to be rescinded, the entire thing. The next council would have that opportunity to make some minor adjustments or maybe major adjustments, I don't know. But I'm not in with the document and what it entails, I'm not in a rush. And there's an election not very far away.
Okay. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. The reason that I would rather us go to the public than delay everything, I said it earlier, it's not about wanting to rush a document and do something that's not great. It's about paying for legal so many times. Like, we have an amazing planning staff, we really, really do. I have the utmost respect for them. I'm sure they did not put anything in a planning document that is against the law. I honestly think that they would have already done their due diligence. They are amazing planners. We wouldn't have them working here if they weren't, or at least I hope we wouldn't. Otherwise, we need to maybe talk to our HR person, and if we have a crappy planner, we probably shouldn't have them here anymore. We have a great team. Roll out the document that people can give feedback on now, rather than having legal fees now. The changes that the community is gonna want, because it's not gonna be a perfect document, they're gonna want changes. Put the changes in that are appropriate, then get legal. right now, we're getting legal, we're gonna roll out a document that's 90% ready, the community's not gonna think they get a say anyway, because it's a ready document, and then we have, if we do make changes, it's gotta go to legal again, instead of rolling it out so people can give input on a document that's in progress. But again, I made all of these arguments earlier this morning, so.
Counselor Lloyd?
Thank you. Well, I certainly agree with you. We have an amazing planning team. I think we also have an amazing legal team as well. So I would think that as changes are made to the LUB through public input or through PAC input or through council input, that we're not changing the entire document. I think our legal team will be able to skim through, see the strike-throughs and give their feedback on that. And we still have that benefit of a legal perusal without starting from square one and redoing it every time. I think as we have as the steering committee on this land use rewrite, we look at the strike-throughs. We look at the areas that have been changed, not every word, every phrase, every sentence. We're looking at what's being changed. And I think I would expect our legal team to do the same as well. So just my feedback on that.
Counselor Northcott, then I'll go to Counselor Ratcliffe.
Alrighty, I guess the thought that I have on it, definitely get the document out to the residents to be able to review it. However, if it does go through the legal process first and then it's released to the public and the residents as an official draft, any legal review after that I think would be quite minimal. So rather than releasing a draft like that, people are only going to want to read and go through a document once, and if it comes back with significant amounts of changes and wording, it'll be really difficult to get. Residents are busy. They're not going to want to read it the second or third time, and it will create a sense of confusion. That's in my mind. So those are my thoughts on it.
Okay, Counselor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I understand the point that the second legal review wouldn't take as long and wouldn't cost as much. It's not like we'd be paying for the whole thing twice. But I think the more significant issue is the time that would take. You know, and how that can impact the schedule. You know, because we really are at a decision point of whether we try and go ahead and finish this or we put it off to the next council. So
Okay,
that's
Counselor
one
Cermak.
point.
Okay, Counselor Cermak?
Yeah, I just need some clarification. I thought that Ms. Gilman said that it's already illegal. Is that true?
Ms. Haight, Director Haight?
Okay, just making sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, it's been sent to legal. It's in process of being reviewed, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, that was based on the feedback from the steering committee and the public advisory committee that they wanted it to be that 90% solution before it goes out to the public as a draft.
And how long a time frame did you give our legal team to get back to us?
It's about a 1 month process. It won't be 1 month of work, just to be clear. 1 month process before they could put it in their schedule and have it vetted.
So we couldn't send it out right now anyway if they've got it.
So to be clear, we could. So the draft that the committee, like the PAC and the steering committee would have received has been further revised based on that meeting. So that draft that they have would be, I don't know what draft number you'd want to call it, but an initial draft as the whole package rolled up together, because the committee saw pieces throughout the whole process, like different land use districts, different specific topics that people had of interest that came from those what we heard reports and the open houses we had in 2023. And we kind of tackled things in bite-sized pieces as a committee, and then went through and they wrapped up the document into one document that had all of the pieces of the land use bylaw within it. And that was then further revised by the committee at that meeting about a month, it wasn't quite a month ago, it was this month, this in January. So that draft would have been further revised and sent for legal review. So there was probably a week or so of time in between where those tweaks were being made and then going off. So whatever draft has been distributed through public members of a committee have would still, the draft is still a work in progress. There's gonna be changes likely to that, so it may be confusing if there's multiple variations of a draft out there. I wouldn't say those changes were of such significance, it wouldn't be easy to put one beside the other and figure out what those changes were. It would probably be fairly simple. But yes, we could release a draft, but it's still under review, so the draft that comes out following legal review could be materially different. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, because one that we got released to the public that wasn't supposed to be released to the public, but got released, isn't the same one as what's at the lawyers now, because we made changes to it since that was done.
You bet.
So that really throws different light on it, that.
And I haven't seen that released other than what we've seen from the committee meetings, so I don't know which draft is out there or who put it out there. So and it's not a secret document. We have public members on a committee making adjustments to a plan, but we don't like the draft to go out to public and cause any additional confusion, kind of like this conversation, right? Is which version is it going to be? Again, we can make it happen if that's the wish, but then they'll have to have a communications plan to clearly explain before and after.
But you're saying that this draft that's at the lawyers could be released by the end of March? Because this is not quite the end of February.
Yep.
And you said they've had it for probably a week now.
Mm-hmm.
So we would get it back in the third week in March. We could have it released before the end of March.
You bet. Yep, that could happen.
So I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so, Councillor Loughy?
Thank you, and my line of thought changed a little bit, but ultimately, I don't think I want to go out to the public and ask them to seek, numbering changes or typographical errors or those kind of things. Really what I'm looking for from the public is their feedback. What do you think? Is this gonna work for you? Is this a document that's gonna work for you to use your land the way you see fit? Does this work for you? That's the kind of questions. I don't want them coming back saying 9.2.2 doesn't match up with 4.1.6. I don't want to put the public through that, and that's why we have, every time a draft has come before me, it's slightly different than the one before, and I don't even know which draft is in the hands of people, because that wasn't the latest draft, and some of the errors or some of the considerations that were put into that just weren't incorporated. So that's why I have some concern that we put something that we know to be somewhat imperfect at this point of time out to the public for them to peruse, and then, as Councillor Northcott says, have them go back again, and there's no way to show where the red lines are, where the strike-throughs are, or what they might have had to where we're at now. There's no way to do that, because we don't know what. It's like sending out a whole bunch of conflicting documents, and I don't think it's fair to release it to the public. So I haven't been convinced that it's a good idea to do anything other than to support the original motion.
Okay, and I agree, and as COM said, reiterated earlier today, was, we can get through this draft period of when it comes back from legal and presented to the PAC and Public Advisory Committee and the committee of a whole, and we can decide at that point in time if this draft is ready to go out, and we can do that then too. It's not like we are holding this off till after October, and it gives the opportunity of the committee then to have that wholesome discussion with the PAC and say, yeah, let's keep going forward, or no, let's press a pause button and wait at that point in time. But to release it in the near, it's just not, it's not good due diligence in doing this. At the end of the day, it's going to cause us more headaches than it is going to, especially for us as dealing with, as mentioned, which draft do we have, which draft are we talking about, and we have more priorities, as Councillor Northcott has mentioned time again, but there's other priorities that we've got to do, and this is a living document. So this isn't a foundation that we're building and that's it. This is a living document. And I'm sure it's gonna be tweaked more often than it has been, so anyways. Any other questions? The original motion is up on our screens, and we will be voting on that, which is the original motion. Are there any other comments or questions on that before I call the question? Councillor Lougheed? Yep.
Restate that I will support the motion before us with the faint hope that we can get this done in this term.
Very good. Okay. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is defeated. So now we need a motion as to direct for the amendments as to when we are going to, or sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe had a motion. He said that he was going to present.
Thank you, Reeve. The motion is, could you put that back? The motion is that council adopts the Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw Rewrite Project Communication and Engagement Plan schedule as amended, and to find an innovative way to speed up the project process and immediately release to the public the version of the draft that has been submitted for legal review.
Councillor Gibson?
The draft that's out there now hasn't been through legal review, and there were, like Deputy Reeve Cermak said, there were changes done at that meeting that we kind of scribbled in, so I don't feel comfortable having that out there. Which one are they going to be using at the next up-and-coming meetings that they're holding? So I will be voting against this.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
As I understand it, the version that has gone for legal review has included the amendments that were made in that meeting. And so it would be the latest, most up-to-date version. Is that correct?
Which is yes. Yep.
But the version that has been submitted to legal included the amendments from the meeting on the 24th.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And then, yeah, mine is apart, but we can figure out a draft that's current as of before it went to legal, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed, or sorry, Councillor Milhoff, then I'll go to Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. While I support the innovative way to speed up the public engagement, and I absolutely have already stated lots, I support releasing a draft. I don't support doing public meetings necessarily during seating and or then rolling into first reading and subsequent public hearings in June and July, which is what the current communication engagement plan states. Particularly the first reading and public hearing dates that are on there are problematic. May, I could be persuaded that May might be okay, but June and July become very problematic for our community in general. So unfortunately, I'd love to have the document released ASAP, but the communication plan as it stands, I don't support the dates that are presented on it.
Okay, Director Haggart, did you want to comment on that? No. No, okay. Councillor Northcott, then I'll go to Councillor Lyon.
Okay, yeah, I have to agree. I'm in favor of having an official draft released to the public, as soon as possible, in a nice, clear, organized manner. But if it's the schedule that I don't, like the anticipated first reading sort of forces the second and third reading and the public hearings and all that stuff. So if that was to be removed, and the draft could be officially released for the residents to review it, and but not have that commitment with the June and anticipated first reading and the public hearing. If that was removed, then I would be in favor of it, but as it sits with this, right now I won't, with schedule, I won't support it.
Okay, Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. As I read this now, it basically says this rewrite is going to be publicized as soon as we get it back from the lawyers. From time to time, community members do ask me questions about documents that come across their thing. I haven't seen this draft either, so it is sometimes to incorporate what legal has advised, if that's why we go through that process, I have to understand it to be able to help guide people through what the document is and what the intent is. And I find it a little problematic that we're all going to be learning about it at the same time. So I can't support this motion as we sit right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Considering that, would the agricultural community like to suggest amendments or a different motion? And I would withdraw this motion if it was appropriate. Let's move on.
So are you removing your motion formally, or are
No.
you waiting for a friendly amendment?
I'm looking to see what amendments would be required to make the motion more palatable to the agriculture community.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Haight.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps if council may find it helpful, they could sever this motion, like break it
Into more.
into two separate ones or three separate ones, if that was more helpful.
Okay, thank you for the suggestion. Councillor Ratcliffe, looking at your motion, how would you want to sever this motion into other?
I'm not sure what that looks like, but I will withdraw my motion
Okay.
to have a better one.
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, we had a meeting on January 24th, the LUV meeting from 9 until 4 with our council and the PAC. And we made adjustments to it. The planning committee or the planning department went and rewrote it, who everybody says does a great job here. They have their total faith in the planning, as far as I understand. And they sent it off to the lawyers to get their opinion on it. So we've already approved the new.
No. There's no approval.
Council doesn't approve anything until third reading.
But we've already put in the changes that we wanted before it went to the lawyers. So why do we need to see it again before it goes out to the public? You know what's in it. You've seen it. You've done the adjustment.
So we don't have the legal back. So what we seen as a committee on that day, on the end of the 24th, is my understanding, is now out in the public. So it hasn't been rewritten with our changes through our planning department.
That's the one that's out there now.
No, it's the one before the changes.
Yes, but the one that I'm talking about is the one that's at legal.
Right.
Why do we need to see it before it goes out to the public? We only sent it to the lawyer to get a legal opinion. We're not going to change a legal opinion. We've only changed what we wanted to change. And it's been changed by our superior planning committee or people. Why do we need to see it? Send it out after they get it back from the lawyers.
Okay. That is your
At
opinion.
the end of March.
Okay.
So we're putting that back together again, and you're making a motion now?
Councillor Lai.
Thank you, and I think Councillor Cermak brings forward a good discussion point. I think if you remember back in many of our documents that went back and forth to legal, quite often legal suggests a few minor changes, sometimes some major changes, wording changes, something for clarity. It's a different set of eyes looking at our best attempt and planning's best attempt. I would be very surprised if legal doesn't have a few suggestions on a 200 and, how many pages are we up to, 250-page document? I think legal wants to earn their keep, so I'm sure they wouldn't just give a big thumbs up and say everything's great, let her rip. I think there's gonna be some suggestions in there, and it may change how we view and are able to articulate the important features of the land use bylaw and what we have done to improve that land use bylaw so that the public will get a document that works better for them than before. And that's what I think will come back to us very soon from legal. I don't have as much a problem with once legal's been through that and we've been apprised as a steering committee and perhaps as the PAC that has been entrusted with working with the community. Everybody that's been trusted with working with the community to get this document, they should be able to articulate why this is important, what this means. It's very difficult to do that if you don't see the final copy. Because, I mean, I'll just say it this way. I've been through other public impressions of what the document says. Sometimes they're based on what they've read, and sometimes they're based on what somebody has told them. And the only way you can give that correct information is being very familiar with the document yourself and having it before you. And I'm not at that stage because I don't know what the final document looks. And if we're all starting from the same time, I might have a very much different impression than a member of the public or somebody that's pointed out as a member of the public that's been pointed to them by somebody else saying, hey, did you know they're trying to do this? Or hey, did you know this could mean this? And you want to be able to be prepared for whatever phone call you're going to get. Or nudge at the coffee shop or wherever.
Councillor Sturman?
So you're saying that when it comes back from legal, you want to see the document before it goes out to the public?
Councillor Lyon?
Is that what you're saying?
For me, it's not an opportunity to modify or change that. It's just to understand what the final copy is going to look like. I think our consultant team had wanted to put some graphics and those kind of things. I don't think there's probably been time to include those kinds of things within the draft because that's usually legal doesn't make a comment on a picture or a preface or something like that. But they do make comments on content. Mm-hmm. And I would like to know what their comments are so that I'm able to articulate those to whoever might ask the question. Whether it's a councillor, whether it's a member of the PAC committee, or whether it's a member of staff, or whether it's the public. I want to be as informed as anybody in this process.
Okay, I can understand that. But if you get it back from legal, I don't think anybody sitting at this table is going to dispute what our lawyer tells us we should be doing with this document. If they have assessed it, they're going to say, this is what you have to do. I'm not going to say, well, no, I don't like that, how you got that worded. They're going to have to write, I'm thinking, or we should maybe look at different lawyers then, because we know that our planning team is fantastic. They've done a great job.
If I could offer, Councillor Sturmack is this as well, is that, and I believe this is what Councillor Lyon is saying, is that, yes, I agree with you. There's going to be some areas where the lawyers are going to come back and say, this is what you have to, this is what the government, right, that 30% of this document is going to be. But you as a councillor and even the PAC that are going to be presenting at the open houses of this is, how do we defend the choices that we did and that overlap those? Because there's always overlap in these decisions in some of these land use things. So if you get it out to the public the same time as you get it, are you going to be able to? So what we're saying is, let's wait, get it back from the lawyer, have that discussion with the PAC and think, release it, and then you are then able to help explain, because I mean, there's going to be decisions in this draft that I'm sure I'm not personally gonna agree with, but I have to carry on the will of this committee, because they've put this out. It's democracy.
Yep.
And we've got consensus, so I want to be able to bring the background as to why the PAC and the steering committee put out those recommendations. So in a lot of ways, it's doing our due diligence in seeing the draft before it goes out to the public, after it comes back from legal. That's my comfort level. But if this motion comes out that they wants to send it out right away, then so be it. That is the will of the council, so. So we're working on a motion, so I'm looking at council to put in their input as to how they would like to word this motion in a couple or one. I see on there that council directs administration to release the draft LUB document in its current and very rough draft state via the county website. That would be one motion. The other one would be that council adopts the Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw Rewrite Project Communication and Engagement Plan and schedule as amended and within the February 2025 council package. I guess I'll look to you, Councillor Melhoff, you had suggested that maybe there be different dates as far as public open house. So maybe as per discussion, go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Yes, thank you, Eve. I did, but that failed earlier this morning, so I don't know if there
Well,
would
we're
be
at a
benefit.
new discussion this afternoon, so.
Okay. Mine was that we stick with the timeline the way that it was originally presented. Which, well, not the one that was presented today, but the one before.
Okay. And the timeline was for March release. I don't have those documents from before, so. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Brief. I would like to see the wording changed in the first one, that it says that the draft LUB document, amended draft LUB document that was submitted for legal review be released in its current state via county website. So that would be the most current with the changes from that January 24th meeting.
I don't like the wording, very rough.
Current state.
Instead of current, could we just say, put a date as of the January 24th draft? Then you're giving, we can, or maybe not. To me, if you put a timeline on it, it's easier to track. Director Hager?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the way it's worded now would be
Okay.
sufficient. It was the intent of putting the state of which it's in is kind of more of the helps with the expectation management related to what they're seeing so that there's not critical feedback. Well, you guys don't know how to format a Word document. You don't have all the numbers and clauses lined up to each other. What kind of shop are you running? So that's why I wanted it to be clear. That can be clear in the communications. It doesn't have to be in the resolution. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's fine the way it is.
Okay.
If that's a motion council supports.
We don't need a date instead of just being released on the county website.
Immediately.
Councillor Lougheed?
As it reads, I can't support it because it says whatever went to the lawyer or what went to the legal team isn't really being presented. Or like whatever their revisions they suggest haven't been incorporated in it. I'm fine with it if it's incorporating those suggestions that they may have, not just whatever we submitted to them. What's the point of waiting for the lawyer then? Just kick her out? Okay, well, I won't be supporting that.
All right. Okay, so,
So you need it with legal, rewrite in the new document?
no, this is.
This one is kicking out whatever was submitted to the, or releasing whatever was submitted to the lawyers.
All right.
With their adjustment, with their legal.
No,
That isn't what that says.
No, that's not what that says.
Well, then that's what needs to be added.
Then it's not being released right now then. The motion or the suggestion from Councillor Ratcliffe is that it's released right now, today.
Oh, no,
So that's what that first motion is saying.
I don't agree with that.
So, anyway, okay,
I say it has to go to the lawyers and they.
that was the
approve it
original
first.
motion that we just defeated. Okay, so there is a motion, a draft motion. I don't have an owner for that motion, and I'm looking at you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Is this something that you would want to motion, or do you want, if not, then we'll find somebody else that wants to own this
Yeah,
motion.
no, we are so divided on what we want to do here. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Northcote?
Yeah, I know. Doesn't make sense. Like I said, I think creates confusion to release, like, to get the LUB, like, to get the document out to the public, absolutely. But I don't want to create any confusion, so to send out a draft that's not vetted and has been reviewed and is an official draft, I won't be supporting it, but to get the wheels on the bus moving here, I'll make you don't always have to vote in favor of the motions you make, but, so, just to get the wheels moving here, I'll make the motion that council directs administration to release the amended draft LUB document that was submitted for legal review in its current draft state via the county website. That's what we're looking for, right?
That's right.
So. But I just did the motion, not saying I'm gonna.
Yep, that's right. Thank you for the motion.
Yeah, and I'll request a recorded vote
Is
on
there,
this.
and request a recorded vote?
Yes, please.
Okay. So with the motion on, Councillor Melhoff.
Sorry, thank you. I will be supporting this. There's drafts already out in the county, and I think it's appropriate that rather than the people that are just the select few that have that draft, that everybody has the equal opportunity to have that draft available to them. So I will be supporting this motion, and thank you for already asking for a recorded vote.
Councillor Northcott.
You're right, Councillor Malhav. There are people that were on the Public Advisory Committee that have that. It's not a scared document. I mean, there's people in the community that had the opportunity to have input. But to release, like Councillor Lougheed said, it's hundreds of pages, and a lot of residents don't have, and they're not going to be interested in reading this thing twice or 3 times. So to create unnecessary confusion, I don't think is good.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes, for the reasons already stated, I will be supporting this motion. The public was very clear that they want as much time with it as possible. I think the wording changes from legal will probably be fairly minor, won't really affect the concepts. And, you know, the other part of why can't we see it is what are they trying to hide? We're not trying to hide anything.
Counselor Lloyd.
Thank you. And since this is a recorded vote, I will explain why I am going to support this motion. It goes to the higher principle that we are not trying to hide anything from the public. This is their document. Hopefully it spurs some debate and discussion around the land use before it even becomes part of a public engagement series. Hopefully everybody's willing to do the work to make this work, because this will create more work for everybody involved if it is successful.
Thank you. Counselor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. As you said, Councillor Northcott, that this could build confusion, et cetera. I don't disagree, but that pony left the stable. The community is having their own public meetings on bits and pieces of a document. At least then the entire community can show up at those community-driven, community-ran meetings that they are themselves building with something in hand rather than conjecture and guesses. This gives them something tangible to actually provide feedback on. The confusion, that pony left the stable. This helps at least give some real information in the hands of people that are going to those public meetings that are not sanctioned by Clearwater County, but they are going to those meetings, and this gives them something tangible to go with, should this pass.
I'm confused. This talks about nothing about going to public meetings. This just talks about the draft. So we're gonna do another draft before we go to the public meeting, so there'll be two drafts then. The one that we released today, and then another one when it comes back from legal, correct?
No, I recognize that. I'm talking about the other public meetings that have been built by the public, i.e. the one in Nordegg, the one coming up in Leslieville, that the public themselves are building. They're not at Clearwater County sanctioned meetings. These are public meetings that they are building. At least then they have something in hand, rather than conjecture and guesses. They have something in hand and something to actually go on. The document has been let out by people already. At least everybody in Clearwater County has the opportunity to see this then by us, like us letting, honestly, if I could go back, I would change the terms of reference on the committee itself and make them public and readily available on the screen, and everybody can watch us build the document right from the bottom up, and we could live stream the whole thing. That was a miss on my part for not suggesting it back then. But we can't go back and live stream all the strategic planning committee meetings, but perhaps going forward, we'll need to. That way the public is involved the whole time.
Councillor Cermak?
I need clarification on this, because now I'm really confused. Is this document being released before our legal team looks at it, or after our legal team looks at it?
Before.
This is the current state one.
The current state, before.
But it's at the legal right now. So why wouldn't you wait until they finish theirs and then release it, which would be the end of March?
As their reasons stated earlier, they feel that it should be out into the public now.
I won't
So.
vote for that.
Okay.
It's gotta go to legal first. We're paying for the legal to go there anyway, so they might just as well do it and then release it.
Okay, Councillor Northcott, then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
I got a little bit of a wrench at. I'm gonna withdraw my motion, and I also, it's only there, Councillor Melhoff, you're correct. I think there's, the public, residents do have meetings. Are they official meetings from the municipality? No. I have meetings, in fact, when I get my mail, grocery shop, those meetings always happen, and the more the better. And yeah, as long as they're not confused meetings and they're accurate with accurate documentation. So with it only being maybe 3 weeks or 4 weeks away, to have an official draft release from Clearwater County, I would be in favor of that. But to release a document that could possibly create more confusion and more work for residents to have to read, when it's only 3 weeks, I'm not in a big rush, especially with a document like this. It's so yeah, that's.
The motion's been withdrawn from Councillor Northcott. So looking for a motion to go with Councillor Ratcliffe.
I wasn't going to make a motion, I was just going to comment that we cannot stop these community meetings. And providing them the latest revision of the document is better than them having a previous version and creating speculation from that. I don't want to be doing third reading on October 20th.
As I mentioned earlier, and I guess I'll reiterate, we don't have to go to second and third reading. We can actually go through this process, have a proper draft, let the community sit for 6 months on a past legal draft, and then go into a new council and do that. So we are not pressured into going to a second reading or first reading, whatever else, but to put out something that is just a draft and not that it's through legal, I'm not comfortable with something like that. Go ahead, Councillor Gibson, then I'll go to Councillor Meloff.
I have to choose my words carefully. I feel that they have kind of held us over the fire by forcing us possibly to release something that's not really complete. And I don't feel that is at all responsible. So I agree with Councillor Northcott that basically we should wait until it's been vetted by the lawyer and then release it as a whole.
Okay, Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. You officially withdrew that motion. I'll officially make it and request the recorded vote. Let's actually vote on something. I'll officially make that motion and request the recorded vote.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Councillor Northcott.
Well, this is a little bit entertaining, but it was difficult to make a motion that you don't support, right? So that's why I had to withdraw it, thanks.
Okay, so motion's on the floor. The council directs administration to release the amended draft LUB document that has been submitted for legal review in its current state, and that would be prior to legal review, via the county website. Any other further comments, questions on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is defeated. Councillor Cermak.
I will make a motion that the council directs administration to release the amended draft LUB document that was submitted to legal review to be released after the legal corrections were done by our legal team and then released to our county website.
Okay. So the motion that Councillor Cermak has just made is that that we release the draft LUB after it comes back from legal.
Yes.
Any other comments or questions on that motion?
And I would like the date of March. What's a good date of March?
Administration will do it as early as possible, probably inform council. I'm not sure. We're not sure when we get it back from legal, so.
Well, they said a month, right?
Well,
Yeah, if you put the 31st, we'll try to achieve that.
okay.
30th is a Sunday.
31st is a Sunday. Oh, no, you're right, sorry.
31st is a Monday.
Monday, yeah.
We could make it the 28th, which is a Friday.
Do I hear the first? Yeah, come on. Okay. You'd like to put a date then on that? March
Yes.
31st? Okay. Okay.
And released to the public by March 31st.
Okay. So you put a date on that and you said review by legal, release to the public March 31st. Okay. Any other comments or questions on that? Councillor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm happy to support this. I'm just happy to get a document out there. So if it takes waiting for it to come back for after a legal review, so be it.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
I just had a clarification around the date, so basically immediately when we receive this from legal, we'll release it, or are we going to provide it to the PAC at their April meeting before it's released?
I don't think we have a meeting scheduled.
We have seen all that we wanted to do, and we allowed our planning committee, or our planning people to rewrite it and then send it off. I'm good with that. And then legal advises.
Okay. Any other further comments or questions on Councillor Cermak's motion? Not, I'll call a question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. Do we need a second motion now on the public engagement open house? Correct on this item, Director Haggard? Yes. Oh,
You can have
I know she's a director too, legislature. I'm sorry. I apologize.
She'd be better suited. Well, Jen, if you wouldn't mind bringing up the agenda, the motion that was similar to what was in the agenda package. So back to the item that came to council, which was that council adopt the Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw rewrite project communication and engagement plan and schedule as amended within the February 25, 2025 council agenda package. So that was what the motion, that was part of the staff recommendation, going back to that schedule. It didn't address the releasing of the document per se, that's already been addressed by the motion that was just made. This was the schedule of events. And then I will, if needed, we can bring up what the old one looked like versus the new one. Some of those dates have passed already. So we can't really go back to the old schedule because the time frame of the meetings and the committee direction in terms of how things rolled out have passed. So the old schedule can't apply. So if there's an amended schedule further, we'll need to make that decision in this room.
Okay, thank you. All right, so looking at the schedule in our package, which was to have a further steering committee meeting for the review of the second draft would have been April of 2025. Public open houses, draft of the draft DLB and bylaw in May. Somewhat summary memo 2 of again in May. Could be a possible review of final draft after the open houses if we decided to do, it's what we heard report, sorry. And then go to anticipated first reading and then public hearing. So we can approve what we have here or do the changes, or we can go through an opportunity to maybe I know you guys would like to have these planned well in advance. I'm just thinking that after the draft LUB the draft LUB is released at the end of March, I think we need to do our due diligence and for sure having another committee meeting. But it would be at that committee meeting, in my opinion, that we decide what we're doing as far as open houses at that point in time. So maybe
That could
to
be
be
the motion.
determined.
Or make that as a motion as opposed to what we've recommended.
I will make that motion that we,
better.
because I want to move this meeting along. I make a motion that we have the monthly, so we do the advisory committee and steering committee to review the second draft based on the legal review and staff review to schedule in April or once it's back. As soon as possible. And then everything else is to be determined after that. The committee and the advisory committee path will decide after that whether what goes on, okay? All right. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried, perfect. I believe we've beat that one up. Okay, there. Thank you very much for your patience and assistance on that. So I'm just looking at the rest of accounts. Any point no, everybody's good to carry on? Okay. We are at the report section. And so this is Chief Emmons' report. And I guess I'm okay with Chief Emmons with a lot of summaries. So however you'd like to. Because I have somebody that says at 4:30 that he's going to be ornery about it. But anyways, continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. So the February 25th, 2025 CO report, the fall resolutions. There's 17 resolutions attached. Council has gone through them. They are there for your information as well. Wildrose School Division. Clearwater County has been active in working on the JUPA, which is the Joint Use Planning Agreement. There's a survey attached. The JUPA itself is also attached to this. One thing of note, a revised JUPA has come back, and it's simply what's attached in the report, but it just adds a little bit more clarification on the amenities. For example, the bullet points at the bottom of the first page, it gets into the facilities, like Charlotte Small, gets into gymnasium, soccer field parking lot, David Thompson Gymnasium, Servery parking lot, and the Caroline High School Gymnasium gathering area and parking lot. And then on the next couple of pages, it also breaks down the amenities. For council's information, the new JUPA will be attached, so I won't bother going through the specific amenities, but they will be there for transparency purposes.
Question for you, Siemens. This JUPAs will be on the agenda when we meet with Wildrose School Division, correct, in March? Okay. Thank you. All right, any other comments or questions? If not, looking for a motion to accept the CO report. Okay, Councillor Lougheed makes that motion, and Councillor Melhoff.
Sorry, I do have one question. I've been getting multiple questions about the fiber line that is along Highway 22 heading into the east area. The one that I believe Paramount has been with. It has the trucks have northern lights across the side of them. And how do people get connected? They want a connection, and they asked the people that are building it, and they said, talk to the county, and then they talk to the county and get told nothing. So.
Because that's still in negotiations between Clearwater County and Paramount themselves. So the intent is to follow through with that. But there has to be agreements drafted up, and that has to be described before it's ready to roll out. But it was always the intent to have that available. Just not ready yet. Councillor Melhoff is the real.
So for now, can we just, when they get inquiries from the public in that area where those lines are, that they say stay tuned instead of just nothing? Because right now they're either getting nothing. So I think that might help.
You bet.
Thank you.
Okay, so motion on the floor from Councillor Lougheed to accept the CO report. All those in favor? And the motion's carried. Thank you. We have the capital project status update report for February. Any comments or questions on that report? Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, that Wall Street Road. Have we negotiated with Red Deer on that, whether they're gonna finish their end or not? The Wall Street Road.
Elements?
We're going to redo it. Their area, they got what, 2.5 miles that's gravel to get to 54?
So we have been working very closely with Red Deer County on that. Their plan is still for their portion to be completed in 2026, whereas ours is 2025. So it won't impact, one doesn't impact the other, but the residents will have an additional year before it's pavement right from Highway 11 to 54.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Because I've been getting phone calls on that. Well, why are we doing that? And then we got to go on gravel. So, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I have a few questions about the Nordig development plan. That Quarry Road access, do we have, what's our level of conviction that we will actually get the approvals this year?
CEO Emmons?
Extremely hard to answer, Councillor Ratcliffe. We keep applying, we keep meeting with the various levels of government, but we are no different than private sector. They're the authority, and we are just doing our best to meet conditions and find out what's required from those higher levels of government. So we haven't given up on the project by any means, but we are still working with the federal and provincial government on it.
Okay, this is 3 years, 4 years?
No.
Not that long?
No.
Okay, all right. May I continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a reference to a south access road project. Sorry, there's a reference here to a south access road project. What's the, how is that different from the Quarry Road? Like, what are these two projects? You know, the one is to take quarry traffic out to the highway rather than go through the residential area.
The second access is off of Quarry. They are two different roads. But a lot of people are referring because they do link Highway 11 and Quarry.
Yeah. Okay, but then there's a reference to a south access road project. Is that the same one?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you.
Third one?
Yes.
Go ahead.
There's two references here to mobile homeowners being notified and business owners being notified to clear those areas for development. What's the timeline for that? What's the expectation when those areas will be clear?
I would want to verify, but I believe the timeline would be a year. Like 2025.
226.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I'm sure I'm going to be asked.
Okay, Councillor Northcott?
Just a question. There's, it says, construction of a sanitary line under the railway for the Leslieville Sanitary Lift Station. I'm just wondering, Leslieville, maybe I'm wrong, but Leslieville and also the lagoon there, they're on the south side of the tracks. Just where's the sanitary line going? If it's crossing under the tracks, where's it going?
It's under the utilities, gravel and maintenance chart.
It would be from the lift station over and then joining into Force Main and out, correct?
So where's the termination point of that? Like, where's it going?
The wastewater treatment facility.
And where's that at?
By the Leslieville Cemetery.
Okay. And it's on the north side of the tracks?
So,
Beyond the
oh, yeah, north.
east.
East and north side of the, it's on the north side of the tracks as well. Yeah.
I was just wondering, because Leslieville and the lagoon, they're both on the south side of the tracks. So if there's a to work under the tracks.
Yeah, go ahead,
Maybe it's referring to those homes on the north side of the track that were on the site where the original grain elevators were. There was a curling rink and several houses on the north side. I don't know if they were part of the original connection to the communal wastewater system in Leslieville or not, or whether this is an extension of that.
Right. Any other questions in regards to the capital report? Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
The Leslieville wastewater facility. Oh, what's happening there, Rick? Procurement for engineering firm.
So Public Works is working very closely with the engineering firm. I believe the date has come and gone. I believe it's open up to external hauling again. and they are simply working through filtration issues. And as the report alluded to, and a presentation was held for this council, dealing with some of the, a better way of dealing with some of the testing processes, so there isn't as much need to handle.
So our state-of-the-art wastewater facility there is working fine for the village? Or for the hamlet, sorry?
It is functioning. You know, like any new facility, they are working through some key points that need to be addressed, but they are working through those.
They are doing some tweaking and stuff to it?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm on the stakeholders meeting there, the West Country stakeholders, and there's a couple there that keep asking me if we could have a report on what's happening out there and how it's working, and because it's a new facility and a new method of dealing with waste. There's a few of them there on that community that would really like to have more information on it. Is it possible that I could get a hold of Rick and somebody could get in tune with him to maybe do a little presentation or something on this facility?
Even if they contacted Public Works, Councillor Cermak, and please encourage them to ask any questions.
Okay.
Be glad to inform them.
And maybe do a little presentation at one of their meetings, if possible.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Director Magnus, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, just to assist with Mr. Emmons' comments here. So what I heard here was in regards to the external hauling. He had indicated in regards to where we're at with that. So, of course, it being open to external hauling opens us up in regards to the possibility of unwanted material coming in, right, which we all encountered here not too long ago. So we're in the final stages of getting those agreements put together so that the county is protected, as well as the haulers themselves, so that we make sure the proper material is deposited in there. So where we're at there is one more look through with regards to one of our personnel in-house and legal. And what we're looking at is potentially start of March, middle of March, where it'll be open for external hauling. And it's just a matter of us then making sure that the appropriate individuals and organizations have signed off on that, on those agreements. Yeah. And just further to that as well is, as a little bit of an update, Councillor Cermak, is that we've just recently received all the documentation associated with what needs to be submitted to Alberta Environment and Protected Areas in regards to giving final approval to that facility. It's an extensive document and many pieces involved to it in regards to what they require, Alberta Environment Protected Services, Protected Areas, I should say. So the engineering firm, our engineering firm was finally able to submit that to us just a couple weeks ago. And now we are just going through it, and once we are satisfied with it, then Mr. Emmons or myself will sign off on it, and it'll be sent to Alberta Environment and Protected Areas for their review. And hopefully at that time, they are okay with everything and will give us the final approval to that facility.
And if they're not, then we have to do some tweaking or?
That is correct, yes. Okay. Then I'll go back to the engineering firm, and they're very specific about making sure that all the T's are crossed and I's dotted. So if they see anything in there that would be out of the ordinary, they will let both ourselves and the engineering firm know, and then it has to be rectified.
Perfect, so when that's all approved, it'll be state of the art and everything's good.
Yep.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott?
No, just for the meeting, I was just gonna make a motion to go past 4:30.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Call question, all those in favor? Those opposed? Okay.
I'm not that cranky.
No,
Today.
thank you, thank you. All right, any other questions for the capital report? Not looking for a motion to accept the capital report.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Counselor Cermak makes the motion. All those in favor? And that's carried, thank you. Moving on then now to the Clearwater Regional Fire and Rescue Services Annual Report, which is very thorough and complete. Any comments or questions? If not, looking for a motion, go ahead, Counselor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. One of my comments actually is with regards to the number of first response. First of all, I love this report. Whoever wrote it, well done, very easy to read, very concise. But 122 first response, 83 co-response. These are medical response, right? That's what those numbers are referring to. Can we get some data on how often that is because an ambulance is shut down because of staffing? How often that is because they are sucked into another community and not actually in this community? Or how often they're doing hallway medicine in Red Deer and stuck there and not abiding by the 45-minute time frame in which Red Deer needs to take patients. Is there any way for us to take data, because this is now Clearwater County taxpayers that are paying to support and bolster up a crumbling EMS system. And shockingly, it's worse than when I got here. And I have been hollering about this the whole time I've been sitting in this chair. And this is even worse for Clearwater County taxpayers to be paying for both systems. And so if it's simply because there's an increase in call volume, okay, cool, let's now advocate to add another ambulance, or maybe not have a 96-hour ambulance that constantly is out of service in this community. That might help. Or maybe it's simply because they need to be brought back to this community, or maybe they have a staffing problem. Like, let's figure out what the problem is specifically so that we can then give them the solution to that problem and not have it be Clearwater County taxpayers that are paying for an EMS service and the fire service to subsidize that crumbling EMS system. So I have a whole bunch of stats and a whole bunch of FOIPed numbers that, like, I'll send this to you because I've got them, but this chaps my butt, sorry. Like, I really am frustrated by the burnout that is gonna be to our paid on-call volunteers to fix this system. Because we're not, as Clearwater County, we're not gonna let the person that called 911 suffer from that. Like, I'm very pleased that we have taken it upon us to do it. I'm simply saying we shouldn't have to. And if we have to continue doing that, give us the service, give us the funding you're giving that service, and we'll run it. And I think that Clearwater County could, if it's a staffing problem, or like, let's do it ourselves then, because we're already doing it. 122 for first response and 83 for co-response already. So, and that's not including all of the emergencies that we also send units with on top of that, because there's a whole bunch of others. So yay to our team who continually shows up and continually answers the 911 call when it comes through, but it bugs me, sorry. And I love this report, it's great.
I agree with you 100%, and I'm envisioning somebody sitting at a mic during the bear pit session with another one at the second and another one at the third, and it's like a 3-sequence question at RMA. So I am like, we need the stats and find other counties. Yeah, but with other counties, and this isn't just our problem. This is all over rural Alberta. Is my opinion. Councillor Ratcliffe, then Councillor Northcott.
Thank you, Reeve. Maybe there's no one here to answer this question anymore after 4:30. Why are we co-responding if there's an ambulance there? Why is there a necessity for us to co-respond?
Go ahead, Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. Okay, so the difference in response, so first response meaning that there's an ambulance more than 20 minutes away. So they'll send fire no matter what the call actually is. A co-response is the call justifies having more people there to help. So does that make sense? So it's a worse of a call and you need more hands. So then it's they're going together for that. Cardiac arrests, stuff like that, where you're going to need more than just the 2 people that are in an ambulance, because one of them needs to drive still. Whereas a first response as an ambulance is more than 20 minutes away. Unless they changed the dispatch criteria, which I don't see Mr. Emmons saying that they've changed the dispatch criteria, but that was the dispatch criteria then, and it's the dispatch criteria that we use in Sundre as well.
Okay, so we should have had 2 ambulances respond, and because only one is available, we sent our people. Is that the summary?
It depends on the call. Typically, first response calls have been coming in because there isn't an ambulance available at all. Not even there should be 2, it just, there is none. Whether they're stuck in another community, or they aren't staffed, or 96 hours is too long for them to work straight, so they are shut down for an 8 hours break. Like, there's numerous reasons, but that's the big one, is they're typically just not here.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Northcott.
Councillor Malhalf does raise a good point. Healthcare system has deteriorated, I would also agree with, over the last few years. But I did want to note on the 96-hour shift, when we did do the tour of the Caroline Ambulance Station, they were grateful for that 96-hour shift, and it works very well for that community and stuff. So I just really wanted to recognize that 96-hour shifts do play a critical role for communities throughout the province. But to get to the increased, the quality of life has decreased, I would say, over the years for people. We have longer wait lines at walk-in clinics, longer wait times for ambulances. There's food bank usage is up. We have inflation on housing, that's up. But there's things that the Alberta government and sometimes federal government, they create the problems. And I strongly believe it's programs like the Alberta's Calling campaign, and also often, I think that's one of the contributing factors that creates these problems. So maybe there'd be an opportunity to advocate to the Alberta government to stop programs such as this at this point in time, as it is evident that they're creating problems.
All right, Councillor Malhalf.
Thank you, Reeve. Absolutely, in Caroline, they've said it's working for them there, and there's many northern communities that the longer shifts work for them. There's some that do there's some schedules that work for them. Rocky fought heavily not to be going into 96. In fact, they didn't have 96s anymore. They had gotten rid of those back in the 90s and shifted back to one 12-hour truck and one 96 truck instead of 2 48s. They fought heavily to keep their 48 truck, and it didn't matter. And now to have staffing problems and shutdown problems, it's frustrating. There are some communities where it's working for them, and if it's working for Caroline, great. If it's not, it needs to be evaluated, but it doesn't work for Eckville, and it's not working for Rocky. Eckville is shut down more often than it's going, and I don't even know if that community knows if and when they even have an ambulance. There are communities where the 48 works, or where 96 works. Absolutely, I think that Nordegg may be one of those as well. We'd have to look at the stats on that, but this is not one of them. The call volume simply does not support a 96 truck in Rocky and or Eckville, and those are both units that support our community.
And I appreciate the conversation with this, and it's a level above us, so let's just carry on. Maybe there could be some offline conversations happen. Councillor Ratcliffe, do you have a question in regards to the report?
Yes, just a quick one. I noticed a significant number of false alarms for fire. I would assume we have some program to reduce those false alarms. And you probably don't have the answer for that, sorry.
I do, but as the term well beyond our control. Of course, our regional fire team works hard at advocating against the importance of not having a false alarm, because it pulls resources away from real emergencies. So there's a strong emphasis on education. But having a false alarm, our team still is committed to responding. And really, it's just about education, Councillor Ratcliffe. We have no control over a false alarm.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councillor Cermak.
I just was wondering why Station 30 has so many more calls than the other stations. On this one, page 141. Can somebody explain that to me?
Perhaps,
Does it have a bigger area than other stations, or? I see Station 60 has quite a number. What station's that? Is that Rocky?
Rocky Mountains, yeah.
And Clearwater is 10, where's it?
Leslieville. Station 10 is Leslieville.
And Station 30 is Caroline.
Caroline.
And we're in the hundreds and 10 and 20 and 50 and 90, or they reach 50 sometimes.
Station 50 is Nordig.
Yeah, but I mean, some of them, the numbers are really, does Caroline just have that many more calls out there?
I think it's the type of calls more than anything.
Is it rescues
and the
in that West Country?
And the responding with other communities, so specialized training, specialized servicing, et cetera. And the co-response on the east side of the county is very high. They work jointly together a lot.
So that sure tells me that we need a new fire station down there.
Probably.
Yeah. Have to look into that.
Okay. So, looking for a motion to accept the Clearwater Regional Fire Park. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. All those in favor? Perfect. Now moving on to the Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services Report for January 2025. I will echo, it is a great report again. Also would like to make mention on the, especially in regards to our county community peace officers, a happy retirement to Sergeant Terry Miller. And yeah, it's looking at the responses on that. It's been a bit busy month. Looking for a motion to accept. If there's no other comments or questions, Councillor Gibson. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Councillor Verbal reports. Councillor Melhoff, please.
You're gonna let me go first. I end up always rambling on, you guys. So it's been a busy bit. The health retention team met with the clinic, like for the clinic rebuild that is happening. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that is going to be rolling out. I believe that they are also putting out a bunch of different public engagement efforts and stuff to keep the community informed on what is happening there. They are really going for a medical to home model. It's been proven to be the best outcome for all of the patients, and they're really wanting to make sure we try to keep everything in one place. I did have a question with administration with regards to that though. Do we have any update from the town as the managing partner of the existing clinic? Will there be an ICC with regards to the happenings of the existing clinic with the town being the managing partner? Do we have anything back from them on what's going on there?
CEO Emmons?
So in discussions with the town of Rocky Mountain House, CEO Kraus, there hasn't been any expressed interest. So the conversation will be going
back to ICC?
To an upcoming ICC with some options for consideration.
Okay, excellent, thank you, look forward to that. Just as a medical update in general, we are down to about 10 days of C-section coverage in Rocky every single month, which means the rest of those days we don't have the ability to do emergency C-sections should it arise. On the horizon, we do have physicians in training to do some more putting people under. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. But we really do need to advocate for surgeons. We've been touring surgeons. There's been surgeons that have been interested, but Central Medical Affairs has been really difficult to work with getting our surgeons privileging, and they go to communities where they're able to get privileging. Same story for the last, 8 years I've been pounding that drum. So I don't know if there's I'll just bring it back, and next month and I'll say again that Central Medical Affairs is difficult to work with. So back to maybe we'll be at a microphone near you in RMA discussing that as well. For Council, Deputy Reeve Cermak, I covered the Ag Society meeting. Thank you for having me do that. And they did a review of the pricing at that facility. They really do provide a ton of amenities and a ton of services to that community. This is the first opportunity I've made it to one of those meetings, so it was great. It was great to see all that is provided there. So they'll be posting those, I'm sure very soon, and we were able to hopefully facilitate some of the questions that they had with our administration as well. With the amalgamation with the village, we can hopefully help provide them some assistance in some ways. Also attended our Rocky Learning Council meeting, and they do so much there as well. Like, that was only my second time going there since being posted into that board, and without them, I truly believe that our community would suffer, similar to without FCSS, the community would suffer. They do a lot of work, and was lucky enough to go to one of the programs that they're putting on, actually in partnership with FCSS, called The Missing Ingredient, and they're doing that with the food bank and FCSS and the Learning Council and many other groups. And it's super cool. They make a meal they learn how to make a meal based on the ingredients that would be available within the food bank. They get to go home with some of those ingredients, some if not all of those ingredients, and they learn a life skill. So yesterday it was all about financial literacy, and not just like money based, but actual like your family being an asset and like to you, and your people around you being an asset. So it was asset management based, not just financial. So it was really good. I encourage anybody that is available to go to one of those events. I also had and we had a gas meeting, and the Coliseum Mountain Board, it went through. We got through the mountain. The gas club was able to make it through the mountain. Still 2 more bores to go, so let's not start like celebrating yet. There's still 2 more bores to go. And the rock is proving to be significantly more difficult than it originally was geoed for. So that's gonna be a problem, but still, that the Coliseum Mountain Bore was the big push. So I'm glad that one went well. The Hospice Society, hospice has been centralized to Red Deer, and it is making it so that our hospice is not being utilized to the full capability. In fact, it's been empty a lot, which is frustrating, because Red Deer is now responsible for the scheduling, so therefore ours is not being fully utilized. So I actually was going to ask the Reeve, because I know that you are very active with that group and with your position within the housing group, et cetera. If you could dig into that further and figure out what advocacy direction we can go on that, that would be great. We can maybe team up on that. I would really appreciate that. And yeah, I think that might be it, other than I volunteered for 4-H public speaking, and if anybody else gets to do that, because it's that time of year, I know the Reeve has done that, but please do, because you're actually only allowed to volunteer to judge in one area once, and you can't be related to any of them or be on their groups, so please do. They need judges, lots of them, and I was in Bergen doing that one. Amazing. It is so cool, the stuff that they decide to teach us about. And thank you to Councillor Radcliffe for flying me out to the Red Deer airstrip for the Fur Hat Festival. We had to leave fairly abruptly after we got there because the weather came in, and that's not fun to be flying in, but it really is a gem we have in our West Country, and I hope that we can find a way to support all the efforts that they're doing. So that's me.
Perfect. Any other questions for Councillor Melhoff? Okay, moving on. Councillor Loy.
Thank you. Time is running long, so I'm going to be very short. A couple of spirited discussions with community members over the last couple of weeks, but I can confirm that the community is appreciative of many of the services that Clearwater County provides and the level of competency that we have on board in this team. So I can bring that forward as well. You may have noticed I'm wearing a pink shirt. That is to mark one day a year where we recognize students standing in solidarity with those that are disadvantaged. And I think it always shines well on us. We find at least one day a year to exude kindness. It should be every day, but hopefully just a little bit of awareness around Pink Shirt Day. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
Yes. I would like to thank Councillor Mello for taking my duties over at the Caroline Egg Society. I really did appreciate that. Very working committee there. They're very involved in it, and they're really community orientated, the whole bunch of them there. It's such a privilege to work with them. Thank you for doing it. And the other thing that I attended was a municipal law with the Reeve in Edmonton. That was enlightening that whole day. FOIP is no longer. It has been replaced by, I think it's Bylaw 33 and
Bill 33.
Bill 33 and Bill 34. That is just shocking, all the changes. If you get a chance and you want some really dull reading, get into that. It really is an eye-opener. The one thing that I took away from that whole day was the hiring stuff that they want you to do nowadays when you hire a person. They say the first thing you do before he ever comes on the job is that you have a termination notice done before they ever come to work the first day. You tell them the time that they're going to get paid and the amount of money they're going to get. And that's part of the letter they receive for their employment. And that's all they're entitled to, no matter when they quit or fired. That is all they're entitled to. It was a real eye-opener, like they are actually starting to protect the employer a little bit now, instead of just the employee. And we're running past 4:30, I will pass it on.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
I actually don't have a lot to report at this time. I did attend that law session as well. And they did, in quite depth, go over the importance of employee contracts. They also did discuss quite a bit about the municipal elections and the requirements for candidates to put their names forwards and stuff like that. But it's pretty simple process, and that was really that was all that I'd done. That's my report.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. I've been fairly busy, the last couple of weeks, but I am going to present an abbreviated version. I was at the FCSS meeting with Councillor Gibson, where we awarded some additional funding to nonprofits, and had some discussion about the nonprofit summit and building sustainability amongst the nonprofits. With Councillor Melhoff, I attended the North Saskatchewan Recreation Board, where we did approve a grant application, but also discussed options for additional recreation facilities in the county. Then there was a constituents meeting at Nordig to discuss the land use bylaw. Councillor Melhoff came to back me up. Thank you. But it was all very positive and polite. Most of the complaints were really from years past, lack of enforcement, lack of clarity. Although people did say that in the last few years it has been improving. And looking at what we've seen from the Land Use Bylaw Committee, I think we are dealing with a lot of those issues. Okay. And then I attended the last in-person evening with Unstoppable Conversations. the Reeve was there as well. You can really feel the energy building in the room of a united community, uniting to deal with our problems in our way. A statement that really struck me was that we need to develop a common language of leadership in our community, amongst ourselves. And I really appreciate the Chamber of Commerce for leading this effort. It's one of the best things to happen for our community. At my councillor drop-in session, only Chief Emmons dropped in to discuss some land issues, and mostly from Nordegg. And then Sunday, we did fly to the Fur Hat Festival. The wind was in that area was quite challenging, so it was a short visit. I also had an email from an organization, a volunteer group called the River Rats, and they have a lease, not a lease, they have a disposition of some sort just on the south side of the Saskatchewan River. It's only accessible to Fry River, but it's a stopover place for people using the river. They maintain the site, they clean up the garbage, they try and keep it under control. So, and they are applying for a lease so that they could actually, a lease from the province, so they could actually schedule people through there. You could make a reservation. So I wish them success with that. That's my report.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Okay, I can say I had a very quiet time. I attended the FCSS meeting with Councillor Ratcliffe, and yes, there's nothing more I can say about that. I had my council drop-in center was interesting. Forgot that I didn't have a sign, so I'm there, and we dug up everything, got it going. Had one person dropping in, which was good, so that's better than, and look forward to some more. And then tomorrow I have a tomorrow I have a meeting. Thursday I have a meeting, so I'll be busy for the rest of the week.
Perfect, thank you. We'll have to make sure we have a different sandwich board at the village, at the office is what I'm hearing.
We
so.
have the sandwich boards.
Okay, perfect. Perfect, that's awesome, that's great. All right, as far as my council report, on the 12th, I took an online seminar about small modular reactors 101. It was an all-morning, mind-blowing type education. There is a small modular reactor conference next week. It falls in the same time as the AB Munis conference. It's unfortunate, but I would have loved maybe to have gone to that, but it is what it is. I already signed up for AB Munis. It was recorded, so it might be available at a future date. I don't know at this point in time. At the Cape Lunch and Learn was on the excellence of manufacturing. One of the councillors from the town of Innisfell, she's quite involved. And so anyways, that was also recorded, and I would believe that will be available on the Cape website at some point in time here in the next few weeks. As mentioned, Councillor Northcott, Councillor Cermak and I went to the Brownlee Emerging Markets, and we are just as excited and learned just as much as what Councillor Melhoff had kind of. Anyways, we're all good. It's the same thing. Spoiler alerts, it was all good. My drop-in session was actually on Valentine's Day on the afternoon, so I had 4 drop-ins, which I was quite surprised, but hey, I felt pretty special to have 4. Did a radio interview on the 18th, morning of the 8th, for the Mountain View and Neighbors Women in Business Awards. I can say that we had 9 nominees from the county and the town, so that's just us. There was 64 nominations, so can be quite proud of what we are being represented. As mentioned by Councillor Ratcliffe, we did the Unstoppable Community Expansion. I would say probably about 60 people again that evening at the Walking Eagle. Yes, the energy was high, and it's great to see the opportunity to create that synergy together that evening. It was 4 hours, and was very good. Then I drove to Edmonton on the 20th to have an ASHA board meeting on Friday. And as we all know, the ASHA with the changes that are happening with HS, the continuing care that's now under Minister Nixon, there's still some ironing out to do, I guess, so that would be the what's happening there. But overall, we have our conference March 31st to April 2nd, and Councillor Cermak is coming to that as well, so we're looking forward. It's the 60th anniversary of ASHA, and so they're looking at having 500 delegates and sold out trade show, so it should be a good conference. As mentioned about the Red Deer Forestry, I actually went before you two. I went on Saturday and I seen 28 aircraft land, so it was very busy, and it was nice to see everybody out there. So again, I agree, it's a gem, and I did do a little looping around because I was not familiar. So you probably guys did that last year, but this year I did the loop around, so missed the turnoff. And then yesterday morning, Bloom put out a webinar on professional development for elected officials, and it was free, and I just popped on for an hour, and it was recorded, and I think it's available on his website as well. So that is my report. All right, looking to adopt motion the verbal council reports. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, we'll do that.
You'll do that, thank you. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, there's 5 pieces in the correspondence section. Yep, we're getting to that right after this. Yep, for sure. No, that's okay. If there's nothing in those correspondence, okay, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Regarding the letter from the Rocky Mountain House Agriculture Society, requesting some action on this ag-rec facility, have we had conversations with them about the scope of capability that they're looking for?
Owens?
So I believe that's the direction from council to Ag and Community for the purpose of updating the study being done, is to bring back a updated scope and intention, expectation, and what the community is looking for in this ag-rec facility, so that council can have those future conversations.
And that's an ongoing activity, is it?
Correct. That study is being followed up on as per council's direction.
Okay, good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councillor Mello?
That was one of my questions as well, and if we are gonna respond back to them, is that administrative function, or do you need direction to respond back to them with that, just so they're not left hanging? Can we just leave it with you to respond back with an update of where we're at?
Absolutely can. Read through this, I didn't see even the request for a response. It was just a status is the way I read it, so
Wait.
unless I'm mistaken, I didn't.
I just don't want anything to be missed, that, because I know that last time, like, we ended up bringing them in, and it had to be updated, so even if we can respond back with where we're at, maybe that would relieve any miscommunication in the future, perhaps. But I was actually originally gonna point out a different correspondence, if I may, Reeve. It was actually one of the correspondences from the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and I would actually like to make a motion that Clearwater County fill out the nomination paperwork for the Caroline Library with all of the efforts that they do for those different library awards that have been posted as options. So I would make a motion that Clearwater County nominate the Caroline Library for all of their efforts within our community of where they feel that they would fit, rather than having me pigeonhole. Have administration look at that and see where they fit. The Caroline Library does amazing work within the community, and I think that they should be rewarded for the effort that they do. And I truly think that community is better for having the library within it. So I think we can support them being nominated for those awards.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I did make a motion for this. Oh, I thought he said you didn't need a motion. for that? Okay, anyway, this motion first and then we can talk about that.
Okay, motion forward to put forth the nomination for the Minister MacGyver's Ministers for Municipal and Public Library Excellence Program to put forth the Caroline Library. All those in favor? And that motion's carries.
Thank you. And
Yep. Councillor, Councillor Lougheed? Yep.
With council's permission, I have a commitment that I must meet, so if, with your permission, I'll have to excuse myself.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your attendance and your participation. There you go. Okay, and then I believe there was another motion that, Councillor Mello?
Thank you. Perhaps I misunderstood, but I thought I asked CEO Emmons if he needed a motion for a response back to the Ag Society, and he indicated he did not. Is that not, unless I misunderstood, Mr. Emmons, did you need a motion for that? To respond back?
I don't. I was just gonna follow up.
Okay. Okay, then we're good.
Okay. All right. Is there any other discussion on the correspondence? I know that on item 8.5, when I got that email, that was the first time I've learned about everything that's going on. I have not been previously tagged on any of the correspondence before. So this is the first until the correspondence that came through from Ms. Cole. I had no idea what was going on, no knowledge of what she had itemized. So anyways, in regards to meetings, etc. So with that, I would look for a motion to accept the correspondence for information. Councillor Gibson, thank you. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Are there any notices of motion? Seeing none, because they would be submitted already. Now looking down to item 11, it's a new business that is continued. It's the Office of the CEO, specifically 11.1.1. And I will turn it over for background to Ms. Haight. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. So this item is for council to provide a recommendation for the town council as to an appointee for the Rocky Mountain House Municipal Library Board. And council did review applications received for that position. And a motion is now required as to who they would like to recommend.
Okay. I believe Councillor Gibson is going to make the motion.
Okay, the council recommends Teresa Vilgar is appointed as trustee to the Rocky Mountain House Municipal Library Board as a term effective February 25th, 2025 to December 31st, 2028.
Thank you for the motion. Are there any other comments or questions? I will say thank you to the people that did submit put their names forward. It's very much appreciated. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Now moving on to item 11.1.2, which is the council appointment for the RMA Eastern Slopes Task Force. And I believe that one is going again to Ms. Haight.
Yes, the RMA approved the creation of an Eastern Slopes Task Force with a mandate to fill the asks of Resolution 19-22F. And that resolution is in reference to having the province pass on some of the revenues collected for camping in the backcountry. And to date, there has been no revenues received, and there hasn't been much response in regards to the resolution. So RMA has created this task force to just really follow up on that with the province and just to pursue efforts for having those revenues passed on. And they have asked that there be a county one representative from the county appointed to this task force. And the term is effective today and up to the October 20th election date.
Okay. I believe at the fall RMA, CO Emmons and I attended kind of like, I'll just say the group, most of the counties were there, and we did discuss that with, then it was RMA President Paul McLaughlin. So to discuss about possibly forming the task force, so I know that that is all of us in the room kind of had a good consensus that we felt that this was going to go for, would be a good representation in regards to the advocacy with RMA. We'd be better together than not. So anyway, so the request is to appoint one person in this, for this particular, and I believe on Monday at 9 a.m. is the first meeting. So, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay, thank you. I believe that this was an effort led by Councillor Melhoff and presented at RMA. So my motion would be that she continue with this work as the representative on this task force.
Okay. I have a quick question. Are you going to be able to? Yep, go ahead. Will you accept?
That was actually gonna be one of my things that I was gonna bring up, is that because this was and I would accept. My issue is I didn't know that the first meeting is on Monday, and I'm not here. So I can't go to the first meeting, because this was my first notice of motion, was to have this resolution be drafted. Because this was and continues to be a big issue for me. So I would have otherwise absolutely loved to do this, and unfortunately, I'm not even available on Monday for the very first meeting. So that's really unfortunate.
Okay. Councillor Northcott.
So just I have some contradicting information here. So
okay, go ahead.
When you review the Alberta government's website that says your fees, or so since the public lands camping pass sales have generated more than $3.6 million. These funds are being invested into the region to improve recreational experiences and help conserve beautiful landscapes so they can be enjoyed now and for generations to come. So specifically, revenues from the past sales have supported upgrades to public land trails, recreation infrastructure, hiring operations staff, assessment of existing trails and infrastructure, hiking trails in the Highwood areas of Kananaskis, maintenance and repairs of trails, bridges, fences, gates, information kiosks, outhouses, construction of new trail and recreational infrastructure, contracted services for maintenance and grading, McKinnon flat roads, improved experiences for public land users. Like the list is quite extensive here. So if they've what I would maybe, rather than just creating another board or a committee, just have another board or a committee with maybe a list of projects from the minister or some sort of like, I've got contradicting information. This page says nothing's being done and there's no money being allocated, but yet the Alberta government is stating that yes, there are funds being spent in the West Country utilizing those funds. So I would hate to just keep creating another board or committee position just cause.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff, and then I'll add.
Thank you, Eve. The resolution that we presented to RMA, in particular, was the costs to municipalities for being recreation areas. So an example being the cost of municipalities' fire service when they have to go out and deal with that. Our peace officers, in particular, it even says that our municipal fire service, our peace officers, the solid waste services that are impacted due to the increase in traffic in the West Country, and therefore it impacts the public purse here locally. It impacts these residents, and that we felt that it was appropriate that some of that backcountry camping pass fee go to offsetting the cost to municipalities for being an area in which people recreate in the backcountry, and they don't utilize things like campgrounds and stuff that would bring in development dollars or property tax revenue for a municipality to pay for the services in which they're providing. So that was the point of the resolution, it was passed and has not come to fruition, still.
And I will reiterate too that at that meeting in November, that was what was exactly that was discussed. I know that the county of Bighorn is having issues with unlawful people with guns. There's other issues that are going on, and it is a onerous, more down, well, the counties are being responsible for those fire and emergency management, and that's more or less, infrastructure doesn't matter. It's the fact of the matter is who's operating and who's taking care of it afterwards, and that's what's being downloaded. So we may have a little bit different than some of the other ones, but again, it's to the other 7 municipalities that are part of this. This is all Eastern Slopes. This is not necessarily pigeonholing just Clearwater County. It's like, we may have a slightly different issue than Yellowhead County, but we all need to advocate together. And I think that's what the task force is being created in conjunction with the RMA. So we help RMA advocate for us on our behalf. Is that clarified, Councillor Northcott?
It does.
Okay, go ahead.
It does,
Yep.
and so to me, it appears that the public lands camping pass would be used to upgrade and maintain recreational trails and amenities and outhouses and stuff like that. However, as far as emergency services and things like that, there's linear taxation that is received to Clearwater County. There's also LGFF funding, so those dollars, like you would be, if you take away from the public lands camping pass to maintain recreational amenities for recreational users, and then there's already been funding provided, I believe, for emergency services through linear taxation on crown lands.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Councillor Melhoff, then I'll go to you, Councillor Gibson, and then Councillor Ratcliffe. Go ahead.
For sure, and I don't disagree, but when you look at property taxes are supposed to be providing services that are being utilized by those property owners. I mean, that's, Ms. Serhan explains that to us on a regular basis, so then would it not also then be true that the fees, the service fees that are acquired for random camping should also be going to the services that are being utilized? So then your property taxes are not subsidizing somebody's getting lost in the backcountry and requiring search and rescue and or our fire service to go and deal with them. It should be for when you call 911 as a property owner that they're available to you, not necessarily for that. We do it because we're an amazing municipality and we care about people, but the service fees that are for random camping should go to the services that are being required, not the property taxes for that community. The property taxes should go to the services that those properties are utilizing. We can have a conversation about that too regarding linear, because we actually don't provide some of the linear fire services, and maybe we should. But we can have that at a service level discussion later.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Go ahead.
I don't want to up taxes for our residents because people camp in our backcountry. There's the Coles Notes one.
Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott. Yep,
It's not red.
there you go.
There it is, now it is. I'll go, absolutely. Okay, so there's advertising and advocating for more tourism and stuff, right, into the backcountry, and so it comes with a cost, right? So, but to take this, to me, it seems like this public lands camping pass is doing what it was intended to do. It's maintaining recreational amenities, trails, bridges, and stuff like that. So I think you might be looking for something separate, maybe an increase or another camping pass fee or something like that. Because to take away these funds that are, if they're truly doing what they're doing and they're upgrading recreational trails and garbage cans and things like that, why would you want to stop that, right? So I guess you'd have to create another tax, a recreation tax, right? Or something like it'd be just another tax. But really all you're going to be doing, in my opinion, is taking the public lands camping pass and then just redistributing it over to emergency services, and then your trails and washrooms and stuff like that would deteriorate, I suppose.
Go ahead, Counselor Melhoff, and then I'm gonna
Thank you,
move
Eve.
on.
No, that's a super good point, and perhaps $40 a year to be able to camp in the backcountry as many times as you want is what needs to be evaluated. You're right. Perhaps it's not the allocation of them, that as well, to make sure that municipalities get a piece of that puzzle, but perhaps it's also looking at the value they're getting for that $40 and reevaluating that value and it not being $40, and understanding that if you're choosing not to use a campground that would then positively impact the bottom line of the municipality, but property taxation of that campground, et cetera, then you need to, then that fee needs to potentially be higher to compensate for the fact that, yes, trails need to be developed. All of the things that if they're truly doing what they're saying that they're doing, which I believe that they are, we've seen some beautiful trails developed and some beautiful garbage cans put out, that's fabulous. But all of those other things need to happen as well, and not on the property owners of Clearwater County. So perhaps the fee amount needs to be adjusted and to have municipalities included in that value proposition for that camping pass.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Counselor Northcott, and then we're moving on to,
it feels like
no,
I-
there's two others that would like to chime in, so go ahead.
That's often, today I'm talking a little bit more
There you
often.
go.
I have kept my things quite short, so I do appreciate the time to speak, because I have been quite short of, I haven't spoke a lot, so I appreciate the time. Just to make clarity though, I'm not in favor of more taxes, and I do believe that there are areas that could be efficiencies found, so I do not believe in more taxes. But there was on the agenda package, there's a item 10.1 that says development nodes.
Yeah, in closed
area-
session, yeah.
Yeah, area structure plans, but just thought I'd throw that out there. But anyways, I think there's more efficiencies. I think this just creates another border committee for really no necessary reason.
Okay, Counselor Ratcliffe, now go Counselor Gibson.
There we go. I don't think the municipalities are asking for a significant portion of that fee, just a small percentage to cover the additional costs that are incurred by municipalities. But this task force is going ahead, and I think it's essential that we be at that table. So I think I made a motion, and I would amend that to name Councillor Melhoff as the primary, and perhaps the Reaver I could be the secondary to for this kickoff meeting.
Okay. It's your choice. I'm available, you're available, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, we'll work it out.
We'll work it out. Alternates are both? All right. Counselor Gibson, did you have something to offer here too?
I was just going to say that I found that when I looked into this, because I questioned it last year, everything seems to have gone to Kananaskis South. They forgot the rest of the province. And that's why, I feel this is really important, because they have to realize that we exist out here. It's not all the big shiny stuff down south. It's us little guys up here.
Okay, thank you. So Counselor Ratcliffe has made a motion to appoint Counselor Melhoff as the primary, and alternates can be Counselor Ratcliffe and myself. I don't think they'll get together very much, but we'll see what comes out of the first meeting. Who knows? So anyways, are there any comments or questions on the motion? Okay, all those in favor? And that's carried. Right, moving on to the councillor appointment for the Medicine River Watershed Society Board. One more, please, Ms. Haight.
Thank you. As per the attached email from the Medicine River Watershed Society Board, representative from Clearwater County is invited to be a member on their board.
Okay. I know in the past, I've attended their AGM, I've attended their couple, when they did their, released their water testing reports from the year before. Councillor Dana Krell from Lacombe County is the board chair at this point in time. And I believe that they're quite active at this point in time with some of the draws, water, they're concerned also about some of the draws that are coming out of that river, so. It's closest to me, but I mean, if someone else is more interested in attending that, and being a part of their board, they're welcome to too, so. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. If you have the time to do another board, because I know you have quite the slate as well, I would nominate you to do so. If I'm on the North Saskatchewan, so it could probably piggyback well with what the work that I'm doing there as well. But if you have the time, it's in your area. We can coordinate the background to make sure we're working together to solve all the watershed problems.
Okay, do a primary and alternate again?
If you wish.
Can we do that? A primary and an alternate? Or they, you know, if one of us can't make it, then the other one would go.
We can try to work together on it.
Right. I will let the board know. And the primary is,
actually, I'm gonna let Councillor Mello be the primary. I'll do the alternate. I will be, I'm already looped in the emails anyways, so.
Unless
Because I am the
Councillor
area
Northcott
councillor,
wanted to
unless
get into
Councillor
water.
Northcott, would you be interested in? Okay. So
I just saw his lights, so I'm like, maybe Councillor Northcott wants to
Yeah,
get into
absolutely.
watersheds.
I'm already, like I say, I'm already looped in the email, but if you're fine,
Sure.
I'm fine. Okay, so, I'll make the motion to appoint, Councillor Melhoff as the primary and myself as the alternate for the Medicine River Watershed Society Board. All right, any other questions? Okay, I'll call a question. All those in favor? And that's carried.
Reeve, since you're getting the emails for that, can you forward them?
Sure can.
That would be great, thank you. Because I'm not even aware when their next meeting is, so that would be great. Thanks.
Okay. All right, so with that, I see there's no other items left to cover for today. Thank you for hanging in there. Just need one last motion, and that's for adjournment. Councillor Northcott makes the motion. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.